If you've ever tried to smuggle NVIDIA chips into China, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back. Happy Friday. We made it till the end of the week, and it was a week, let me tell you. It was a week. We got some stories here to go over today. We got one more day of trading before we get to mice down, drinks up time. We enjoy the rest of our weekend. We do have Mark Petrino today with Stock of the Day. Let's go ahead and kick it off. It is Friday, February 28th, 2025. Benzinga's pre-market playbook starts right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. And of course, happy Friday. I hope that you all had a great rest of your Thursday evening. I know I did. And here we are at the last day of the week, ready to get it done before we head into the weekend. Great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here today. Kayla, first today. Good morning, Kayla. It's great to see you again. Paul, good morning, everyone. When do we buy that dip? That's the $64,000 question, isn't it? Producer, maybe that should be our poll question. Is the dip buyable today? We'll think about that. We'll think about that. That's the $64,000 question, though, Paul. Good stuff. Good morning. It's great to see you. Yassine, welcome back. Good morning. Summer of 63. Good morning. Welcome back. Allzarts, good morning. It's good to see you. Bill, good to see you as always. Chuck, good morning and running to a meeting, but we'll catch up. Okay, Chuck, that is some dedication. That is some dedication. Good stuff. Sparsy Marcy, good morning. I think today, Paul, all right, we're getting some calls by the dippers. Look like you are rearing your heads. Just have a plan in case that doesn't work, as we've discussed. Sun-kissed Yogi, good morning. Couch Potato, good morning. Drew and Brandy, good morning. Whis, good to see you, my man. What's the golf itinerary this weekend? Let me know. Austin, good morning. Bernhard, good morning. Day trader out here getting it done. Good morning. Jim, good morning. It's great to see you. Welcome back. JJ, Tom, and Crimp Biscuit, welcome back. Hellcat, it is good to see you as well, my man. Good morning. Happy Friday. Terlingua. I hope I pronounced that right. I probably didn't, but good morning. Glad that you're here. Brandy says 566, the next level down according to Mark Petrino. Okay, let's ask him that. Why don't Brandy, I tell you what, we'll put him on the spot. We'll put him on the spot and ask him that. Creation, good morning. It's good to see you. When is PCE reporting? 8:30 as usual? Yes, we're expecting PCE and Barkin at 8:30. We're also expecting the Chicago PMI at 9:45. And then Austin Goolsby is speaking at 10:15 at night. I mean, it's a Friday night. Doesn't he have a family or something? What's he out here giving Fed speak? Must be in a different country. Must be, or something like that. Anyway, that's the economic slate. We'll go into that a little bit more. Next Gen Trading. Good morning. Good to see you again. White Chocolate Mocha. We can start now. And Big Swole Gaming. Good morning. Actually, I had a MMORPG that I played years ago, and my really good friend, one of my best friends of all time, played the same game with me, and he named his character Swole. And it was hilarious for the time that we played that. Okay, let's go ahead and dive right into where we're at. Good morning, folks. Let's kick off this Friday. Let's have some fun here today. Friday Fun Day. Does that work? We'll make it work. That's for sure. All right, we're going to start here by looking at the SPY. And we continue to sell off yesterday. Really, really nasty day. It was choppy early, and then it was just bidless and weak. The rest of the afternoon, we traded down, really kind of held 585. We're currently sitting here 586. Quick look around the board here this morning. Futures are green across the board, up off those lows. S&P futures up 0.26%. Dow futures up 0.44%, leading the way higher, and the NASDAQ up by 1/10. NVIDIA actually had a pretty interesting morning. We'll check on that. That actually was higher in the pre-market, sold off. It's trying to bounce now, but we'll check all that stuff. It'd be very interesting to see how the market finishes up today, which I know that's why you guys are asking about, should we buy the dip? I'll be honest with you, I don't feel all that great about buying this dip. But let's see what happens with the core PCE number, and let's see what the opening print looks like. We want as much data as possible before we make this decision. Looking at the SPY here, you can see we're actually almost at that 5% pullback level. So I know it's been rough recently. I mean, you take a look at this chart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row where the stock market or the SPY has really kind of sold off. This not really a big deal. Like I had mentioned, I think it was yesterday, I had mentioned Kenny Polcari. Maybe it was the day before. Kenny Polcari, often says 6% pullback is just kind of normal trading, right? We're not even at 5%. We're almost there. We might even test that here today. Full disclosure, what I was hoping for a perfect possible morning here would have been a gap down after the weakness yesterday to that 5% pullback level, and then the buy the dippers come in. Because I know that there are people like Paul and others out there that are thinking, maybe we can buy this dip. Well, again, if you think back to some of the pattern that we've seen here when we're a little bit higher in the pre-market, sometimes that doesn't hold throughout the course of the day. We end up reversing throughout the day. So I was hoping that we were going to gap down, really scare a bunch of people, and then have the buyers come in and support our market and bring us back up. That doesn't seem to be the case yet here in the pre-market, but we'll see how today pans out. Keep your eye on that 5% pullback level. That's right around 582.30. And then also keep in mind that if we snap this, if we continue to have weakness, remember, seasonally, we are in a very, very weak period. I got a couple of more stats here to show you, but we are in a seasonally weak period until the end-ish of March. In fact, I think, let me see if I can actually show you the chart, because one of the happy hour members yesterday, here it is. So here is your SPY seasonality, and I apologize if this is difficult to see for some of you. I will shout out the key numbers here. This basically runs from February 28th to March 23rd. So from today to March 23rd, this is down most of the time, 60% of the time, it looks like, with a peak of a 22% pullback on that. So look, seasonally, when we've been talking about this for a while, seasonally, this is normal. And I know it sucks when you're in the moment, especially if you're long bias and all your stuff is getting absolutely slaughtered. That's part of it. That's part of the job that we chose here. Now, the good news here is that if this holds up, this should give us a pretty good buying opportunity. And our job then is to find what makes sense, what is going to be a good quality company, and where we can deploy that capital to make some gains. And we're going to keep doing that here. So SPY levels here, 582.30. That's the one I'm really going to be concerned about. To be honest, I really don't think that we trade back up to any of these levels today. But if we do, the first one to pay attention to there, 593.50. That's going to be your 100-day moving average. That did support the SPY for 2 days before we finally gave it up. And now we've only had one close beneath it. So if we're able to trade back up that high, maybe we're able to invalidate that close. Full disclosure, I don't see that happening here today. I wouldn't even really be surprised if we stayed under 590 or thereabouts. But we'll see how the day shakes out. Now, U.S. stocks likely to open lower following a sell-off. Doesn't look like they're going to yet. Looks like we still have some green arrows, but maybe that changes before the open. NASDAQ is slipping a little here, only up 0.05% now. So maybe we do. Maybe we even have a mixed open. Quote, "This choppy start to 2025 isn't abnormal. Don't panic," end quote. Says expert, highlighting seasonal weakness in the first quarter after elections. All right, let's go to that. You know the expert, one of our favorite guys here, Ryan Dietrich. As we've reported many times, the first quarter of a post-election year tends to be quite weak. This choppy start to 2025 isn't abnormal. Do not panic. So here you go. You are here. And it's always important, I think, to keep context of where you're at with all these things, especially sell-offs, because the worst possible thing that you can do is have a longer term position, be worried and shaken out of that position, only to just see, if you had just waited a little bit, everything comes back. So again, I'm going to keep giving you these stats. We're going to keep looking over the research. We're going to try and make the best informed decisions as we can. But Ryan Dietrich here is saying, based on the historical and seasonal data, this is not a time to panic. And I agree with Mr. Dietrich. I don't think it is a time to panic. It sucks, especially when you're holding stuff long like I am, but it's part of the game. And we're going to play the hand that we're dealt, as I like to say. Another stat here, another tweet here from Ryan. The S&P 500 is down 4% the past 5 days. That's one of the reasons this feels so crappy. High yield bonds are up the past 5 days. If the end was near, like they keep telling us, this wouldn't be the case. So again, using research to really kind of come up with a good plan or a good idea of where we're at here, so we don't make rash decisions and panic. We don't want to do that. Remain calm. This is simply seasonal late February shenanigans. And again, I agree with Mr. Dietrich here. One of the things that, I've been doing this now for 10 plus years. And one of the things that I've learned is that every time that I feel like I'm going to panic, or every time that I do, in fact, panic, and I have, I'm not immune to it by any means. Every time I do that, I look back and I say, gosh, that wasn't the optimal move. And so one of the things I'm trying to train myself on is to just not panic. So on these days where stuff looks really grim and really bad, and we get all of this data and the pearl clutchers are out and they're wringing their hands and they're so scared and they're talking about depression and all this stuff, I just ignore it. I ignore it. I play the hand I'm dealt. I read about anything that I can that is going on in the market, and I try to make the most informed decisions as I can. And that's exactly what I'm going to keep doing, and that's what I hope to keep doing here and help you folks with. So that's kind of where we're at. We'll see how the market shakes out. The overall message here, folks, be ready, be tactical, but please, please don't panic. Try and remain as calm as you can. Okay, let's talk about NVIDIA. Let's talk about NVIDIA. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll actually start with the NVIDIA chart, and then we'll dive into the story here. So here's your NVIDIA chart. We'll switch from SPY to NVIDIA. Again, we'll back out and kind of set the context here for you. We are now basically oscillating through this parallel channel that we've identified that pretty much goes all the way back to the end of last year. We were just at the high end of the range, and that coincided wonderfully with the 141 level that we identified as a previous breakout level, as well as the volume shelf and the volume point of control. So in retrospect, I guess we're completely unsurprised that NVIDIA sold off from this point, came down to the 200-day, tried to bounce, as quality companies that are extremely well-owned tend to do. And then we had the earnings print that really kind of sank us, down 8.48% yesterday. That's that big red nasty candle that did two things. That brought us through the 200-day. So we also got our first close beneath the 200-day. And it stopped right at the trend line. And this is a trend line that 13 and I have talked about a few times when looking at NVIDIA here. It basically starts at the April 2024 lows, runs through the yen carry trade low, and then creates a spot where we should or maybe find some support here on NVIDIA. Now, again, oops, did I just click the wrong thing? Sorry about that, folks. I did click the wrong thing. Okay. Now, the question is what are we going to do here today? Again, NVIDIA down 2% here in the pre-market. And if we look inside, this is what we were looking at. It was pretty flat here today and actually was green at one point. Now, though, we're starting to see some more weakness here and the stock is starting to roll over. Yeah, did not see anything really crazy here. There's an article here about NVIDIA being a buy on the pullback. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge for those of you looking to buy the dip here. But I'll be honest with you, and with NVIDIA like this, I mean, I definitely want to wait this out. Like I would rather this sell off bottom and then confirm a reversal before I try, catching the bottom or catching the falling knife or hitting the bottom there. I'd actually kind of wait for this to confirm that. I want to see where this goes. I want to see if we are able to recapture this trend line like we did when we first lost the 200-day. So this is just kind of where we're at on the chart with NVIDIA. I of course, want to know how you folks are trading this. Definitely interested. I mean, NVIDIA, I know it's kind of it's really actually, if we take a look at this, NVIDIA has really kind of been in a downtrend since, God, I really do want to say the end of last year. I know we poked above here, but it was so short-lived, and we then made a series of higher lows. Lower highs. So I really do kind of feel like this is in a downtrend. And I think that this is people rotating out of this, which again, I think is pretty good. Now, there's something else going on with NVIDIA. And we're going to talk about that here today. NVIDIA chips smuggled to China? ? I don't think there's any question about this. In fact, I'm going to give a communal pat on the back, not only to 13, but also to everyone else that has been talking in our happy hour. We have been talking about this. Big Bees, I know you have been talking about this as well. A number of our regulars that kind of follow all of this stuff, we've all been suspecting this. We've all been talking about it, and we're not alone. It's not as if we're special, but we've really kind of been on this for a while, and lo and behold, here we are. 3 men were charged with fraud in Singapore on Thursday following raids linked to alleged illegal movement of NVIDIA chips to China, bypassing U.S. export controls. So what happened here? The men were among 9 people arrested in Singapore. Authorities raided 22 locations on Wednesday. The cases involved chips allegedly destined to China's AI firm DeepSeek, reported local media CNA citing sources. Allegedly is the key word there. Allegedly is the key word there. Singaporeans Aaron Wu Gu Ji, I really hope I pronounced that right. I was working on some of my pronunciations this morning here, and Alan Wei Zhaolun were charged with criminal conspiracy to commit fraud on a server supplier. They allegedly falsely represented in 2024 that the items would not be transferred to the unauthorized end users. Oh, they lied? You don't say. Chinese national Li Ming faces separate fraud charges for allegedly claiming in 2023 that a company called Luxuriate Your Life, what a name, Luxuriate Your Life, would be the end user. Yeah, it's the name of a shell company or a fraud company, it looks like. The raids followed media reports that intermediaries in Singapore were facilitating the movement of restricted NVIDIA chips to China, circumventing U.S. export restrictions. The U.S. Commerce Department has repeatedly been investigating whether DeepSeek has been using U.S. chips prohibited by the export controls. Now, this case emerges as NVIDIA recently reported record quarterly revenue of $39.3 billion in the fourth quarter, up 78% year over year, with its data center segment generating $35.6 billion, up 93%. So we know all about NVIDIA and its growth. What do you folks think? Is anyone surprised? I get Crocodile Dumby says, shocking. Big Bees, indeed, this is the smoking gun. Indeed, that is the case. Captain Obvious says, what's not allegedly is that they're NVIDIA microchips, so they look popular. Don't think I understand. But in any case, and then Hans, this is actually a point that I really agree with. I like this one a lot. Sanctions and restrictions are more or less just a slowdown. It's common knowledge. Indeed. And this is, again, kind of we had suspected this for a while. This is also why I was saying it's not as if we're, special and coming out with this crazy call. If you talk to anybody that has boots on the ground or has experience with this, they pretty much say the same thing. It's just nice now that we have actually have something to point to here, and it's not just the tinfoil hat. So very, very interesting stuff here. I wonder how this is going to move forward. I don't really think that this means anything for NVIDIA's stock price. To be clear, they're going to sell these chips no matter what. The earnings is way more important of an event, but this is what's going on out there, stealing chips or smuggling chips into China. Okay, now we can actually talk about some more stats here for NVIDIA. This is, quote, "This is as good as it gets for NVIDIA." Analyst says Jensen Huang-led chip makers' explosive growth may have peaked as NVIDIA stock falls 13%. So, okay, there's a couple of things here that I want to kind of preface by saying, and this can be applied to other stocks too, but we're using NVIDIA as the example. One of the things that we've kind of been seriously looking at on the market here for trying to determine whether we're at a top or what the next direction or what the next trend might be is going to be peak earnings. Are some of these darlings or are some of these big companies, particularly the Mag 7, are they at peak earnings? And this is, you kind of kick this around. We've kind of seen some of NVIDIA's, the size of the beats that they have on these earnings seem to be getting smaller and smaller. Now, they're still putting up really impressive numbers, so let's not get it twisted. But the beats are in fact getting smaller and smaller, and that leads people to think, well, gosh, are we at peak earnings? You never really want to own a stock at peak earnings unless that stock pays a hefty dividend and is part of your income strategy. Generally speaking, you want to trade stocks on the way up to their peak earnings because that's when you're going to see the most price appreciation. And as we just took a look at on NVIDIA, it's really been sideways or even in a downtrend since the end of last year. Now, so that's number one. Number two, one of the other things that we had gotten from a actual analyst, right? Guy was a 40-year analyst. He's retired now, and he shares his knowledge and insights with the group, and it's tremendous. But one of the things that he told us is he said, look, Ryan and group, when you have a stock like NVIDIA that's this followed and this popular and this owned and this traded, and you get an earnings that's like, but everyone loves it and everyone owns it. And there's a lot of like positive analysts that cover the stock that are going to ask softball questions in the conference call. He said that this actually provides an opportunity for an analyst to really make a name for themselves if they say that, hey, maybe this is the top here. And then over time that ends up playing out. Sometimes some of these calls can be so good that they can really kind of make the career of the analyst. So I thought that was interesting too. In any case here, DA Davidson tech analyst Jill Loria anticipates a deceleration in growth of NVIDIA Corporation despite the company's impressive performance. While discussing NVIDIA's earnings on CNBC's Squawk in the Street, Loria noted that while the chipmaker's fiscal year 2025 revenue more than doubled year over year from $130.5 billion, the company's growth is expected to slow down. Quote, "This is as good as it gets for NVIDIA," end quote. He told on Thursday as the stock continued its sharp decline. Now, according to Loria, the spending for NVIDIA's GPU chips is by its most significant customers, such as Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon, has probably reached the highest point. Now, let me pause right there because we had actually asked Paul Meeks yesterday what he thought about the graphics card problem that they're having with the RTX 50 series. And he had said, he's familiar with it, but he doesn't really care about it because the business or the revenue was so much higher from the AI side of things. But what Loria is telling you here is that these GPU chips and these significant customers that make up that humongous chunk of revenue that NVIDIA gets, this might be at the peak and it might be downhill from here. So again, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And I kind of set this up by saying, analysts are well aware that if you're trying to make a contrarian call or make a bold call, I guess let's call it here, about a stock that is extremely popular and extremely well owned, big things can happen. Big things can happen. So really quickly here, I just wanted to kind of tidy this up. Analyst Jill Loria doesn't have a bearish outlook on NVIDIA. He has a $130 price target on the stock with a neutral rating. His primary concern lies in the pace of future growth. NVIDIA's year-over-year revenue increased in the fourth quarter and reached 78%, marking its slowest quarterly growth in nearly 2 years. This slowdown raises questions about whether the company's rapid expansion can be sustained. So again, we do have one analyst here kind of saying, we might be at peak earnings. My big takeaway from this entire thing is, can NVIDIA really kind of continue to put up good growth numbers? That's one of the things that investors are absolutely going to look for. We're definitely in a growth scare. I think that's pretty clear. And so how is this actually going to shake out? And then, of course, the way that translates to the stock is the top end, frankly, is the top end. And then our next job, because I think NVIDIA's, despite all of this stuff, obviously NVIDIA's a really quality company. AI is not going anywhere, even if there was some hyperbole or exaggeration about the AI spend and the applications. It's not going away. Let's be honest, okay? It's not going away, and it's likely only going to proliferate. And so, and the actual gaming products that they make for computers, I'm using an NVIDIA graphics card in my machine literally right now. My last several cards have been NVIDIA cards, and they're excellent. They make an excellent product. So we'll see where this goes. But my big thing here is where does this actually bottom, right? If we're trying to wait out a market downturn, we want to add quality companies at discounted prices. Where are some of the ad spots? I'll be patient here, and I'll wait that one out. And I will wait that one out. Okay. It defeats the definition of a growth company shrinking. It defeats the definition of a growth company shrinking margins. Exactly, Bigabees, and that's really the key. Like, are we at peak earnings here? Are we at peak earnings? Sebastian says, I'm lost in the sauce here. It's a Friday, man. That's allowed. If you need me to clear anything up, let me know. Bigabees goes on to say, sounds like that premium on the price and earnings may start to pull back. We've talked about that before, right? Semiconductors traditionally having lower multiples, sometimes single-digit multiples on price to earnings. What's Nvidia? 30 still? Here, let me go back to Pro. According to Benzinga Pro, forward PE. Okay, we did get under 30. We're at 28. But if you believe that semiconductors are going to come back to more traditional market multiples, there's a long way to fall here on Nvidia. That is for sure. So, okay, so that's kind of what's going on here. I definitely want to know your thoughts here on Nvidia. Are you folks buying today? If you're not buying today, what level are you looking at for Nvidia? Or are you not even looking at an Nvidia level? Are you instead looking at market behavior and macro conditions? You had a question here. Let's see. Jamie asking, the S&P 500 is going to eat dirt from the tariff stuff, right? Well, I don't know if it's going to eat dirt. I don't know what you mean by eating dirt. I think it's clearly been selling off because some of that tariff rhetoric has produced some uncertainty. No question about it. But if you're looking for, market positions, and that's when you're going to kind of dive back in, or maybe take long positions, up to you. I want to know those levels. I want to know that criteria. What's the trade plan and what's the trade trigger? Sebastian saying never buying Nvidia. Bigabees saying 100. I'll tell you what, that round 100 number doesn't even look all that bad to me. Doesn't look all that bad to me. We were actually beneath that in the yen carry trade unwind that we bounced from. Brandy says, ask Mark Petrino about Nvidia. Okay, Brandy, ask and you shall receive. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and bring Mark Petrino on. It is Friday. All right, Mark, happy Friday. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing really, really good. I keep telling myself every day that I wake up that we are one day closer to golf season, and it just puts a humongous smile on my face. So,
you know what? I was actually planning on going to the driving range this afternoon.
Good for you. I can't quite do that yet here in Chicago, but I do have simulator time booked this weekend. I'm ready to get the sticks out and start swinging. I got to start right with this though, Mark. I'm glad you're doing well, but I got to say, Brandy commanded me to ask you, what do you think about Nvidia?
I think that the action was pretty bad. I mean, it goes without saying, but I'm going to just bring it up here. I just want to look at it on the chart. Can I actually share my screen?
You are always welcome to share your screen here. If you go ahead and share it, I'll put that on instead of my own. So here we go.
Okay, so this is pretty weak action, and it's trading down again this morning, right?
Yes, and actually, Mark, it was higher in the pre-market and has now gone red in the pre-market. So yes, down by 2+% now.
Okay. All right. I think we're going to be getting ready, set up here for some kind of a tradable bounce, and not just this, but in other things as well, which we'll go through.
Excellent.
And the reason why I'm saying that is this is something I like to look at, this investor, the association. It's a free site. It's the American Association of Individual Investors. And they ask their members, are you bullish, bearish, or neutral? This is the highest bearish reading in a year. And a matter of fact, this is like the high. I mean, I'd have to go back through it, but 60% bearish. That's pretty darn high. I mean, that's an extreme. On the bullish side, you have 19.4% bullish, which is an extreme as well. So why would all this excessive bearishness and lack of bullishness be a bullish signal, be a positive signal? Well, this is what we call a contrarian signal. And think about it. If people are very bearish, what do? They sell. And when they're done selling, what happens? The market runs out of sellers. And in that place, the only way it can go is up. Now, there's a couple clear levels that I want you all to focus on. Yeah, look at it. So Nvidia is right down to this former support level. So there could be some kind of a bounce there as soon as today. But if we look at the technology sector ETF, XLK, we can see that the technology sector here has gotten down to important support as well. So if this holds, because of the sentiment is so bad, I think we're going to get some kind of a relief rally. I mean, I don't know where the market's going to be in, 3 weeks or in 3 months or in 3 years, but I could see some kind of a tradable bounce today or maybe Monday or Tuesday. Tesla also is kind of interesting here. I believe it's Tesla. Sometimes I get them confused. Yeah, because Tesla
And
is
real quick here, Mark, let me just jump in here real quick. We've been waiting a data print here. U.S. core PCE price index month over month for January 0.3 versus the 310 estimate. The prior read was 0.2. USA core PCE price index year over year for January 2.6% versus the 2.6% estimate. The prior read was 2.9. So PCE, core PCE seems to be in line here. Sorry about that, Mark. I just wanted to get those out there. I'm sure producer will scroll those across the bottom as well.
Yeah, no problem. I'll tell you, man, I was at the grocery store the other day and it doesn't seem like inflation is under control.
Sure doesn't.
I mean, gosh, it's like you got to be kidding. I wanted a bag of oranges. It was like $12.
Oh yeah, you got to grab that from Costco, man. That's sub $10.
Yeah, I got to start going to Costco. People told me I should go to the eye doctor there too. They said their contact lenses are like really cheap.
Yeah, I don't have contacts or glasses, but my friend actually gets glasses from there. She swears by them. So,
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Lucky you. No, I'm just saying, like, lucky you. Like, you don't need to wear glasses.
Oh yeah, no, better than perfect vision. And knock on wood, because I hear that as I age, that starts to slip. So, fingers crossed.
All right, so here's Google. Here's a level to watch here around 163. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that a lot of these big names are getting to a level where they might find support, and because the sentiment is so bad, it could end up rallying off of these support. Now, longer term, I know I just said I don't think longer term, but longer term, as long as Microsoft stays below this support down here, I don't think the market's going to make a meaningful, like really large move higher. I'm just talking about a tradable bounce. But if Microsoft recovers and I think gets back above, because this was a really important support level. I mean, we talk about levels, but it's really more of a zone, a couple points. So back here, we talked about, all right, as long as Microsoft is above this level, the market's going to look bullish. And that's sure enough, that's what happened. And as soon as Microsoft broke this support, that brought the rest of the market down with it. So sometimes the market is kind of easy to read in the sense that there's only like a couple things to watch that can really give you insight into where the broader market's going to go. And I would say maybe over the next week or two, Microsoft might become that one thing again if we get back up to this level that was support and it becomes resistance. I mean, you could see it was resistance yesterday. So that's Microsoft. What am I missing here for the
Amazon?
Yeah, Amazon.
By the way, with your NVIDIA bounce and your technology call here, market actually looks like it did trade up slightly on that PCE number. NVIDIA started trading up too. So maybe this is just kind of stoking the flames for that possible bounce that you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, when the sentiment is that extreme, it's like you got to pay attention. Sentiment's kind of hard to read sometimes, but it's one of my favorites. It probably is my favorite subject about the market. But those are extreme readings. And of course, this isn't like data. I mean, I guess it's data, but these are people's opinions. It's not like a quantitative thing. When I first came up doing this back in the 90s, the put call ratio was like frigging infallible, right? And that was a contrary signal too. If a lot of people were buying puts, if there was excessive put buying, well, that's a bearish sign because people that if there's excessive put buying, that's a bullish sign. Just like we talked about before, right? If people are really bearish, what do? They sell, and vice versa. Now, that change in the put call ratio, unfortunately, isn't, in my opinion, isn't as effective as it used to be. And that's because now you have all these inverse stocks and inverse ETFs and preferred stocks and things that go contrary to the market. But anyway, going back to the AAII, that is, those are extreme readings. I mean, this is the highest bearishness in a year. So this is historically, people are 31% bearish. Now we're at 61%. So it's basically like twice the bearishness of historical charts. Having a tough time talking this morning.
No, sometimes that happens, and it's easy for us to say. I also saw yesterday that the fear and greed index for the first time in a while has moved to extreme fear. That kind of supports the data that you were just showing us, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
So,
definitely. Definitely. Let me talk about something I saw this morning. It's kind of off people's radar screen, but I thought it was kind of a cool thing to bring up. TFX, I believe. Teleflex. Because I was just thinking about, we talk a lot about the whole concept of market memory, right? And that means that there's something that's important can remain important for a long time, an important price level. So this is a chart here. This is a 10-year chart on this Teleflex. The symbol is TFX. And look at, just say like right there, okay? So the level that was resistance in August of 2016 became support in October of 22. And it became support again in October of 23. So we're talking over like, an 8 or 9 year period here where the market remembers, right? And now the stock is down to another level that's really important. After pausing here for a while, this was resistance in June of 2015, wow. Became support in October of 16, and that's where we are now. So it's not a coincidence that this is where this sell-off stalled out. And if I was just to like tell you this, or if someone was just to tell you this, like, oh, price level that was important 10 years ago is still important now, people would say like, you got to be crazy, man. But the charts don't lie, and you can see it. I mean, we could look at CVS is a really good chart to look at for market memory. There's price levels here that go back decades as well. Like, look at this peak here. So this is July of 2015. This is January of 22. So 6.5 years later, that's where it finds resistance. So pretty incredible thing, if you ask me. Yeah.
And so in these cases, Mark, are you basically just looking at the chart? Like, is this all the input that you're getting, or does like what the company does in relation to the macro and where we're at and all that, does that all factor into it? Or are you basically just playing a chart for the psychology?
I'm just looking at the chart.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's amazing because think of how much has changed over these last 10 years. And yet you can have the stock have the exact same valuation. Let's see, what else did I write about this?
The reason I was asking that here, Brandy's kind of getting to this. We actually had a Piper Sandler downgraded this. Oh, okay. So Brandy here had said fraud investigation just came across the BZ Pro wire. This is actually a press release regarding a securities fraud investigation has been initiated on behalf of Teleflex Incorporated investors. This seems like one of those ambulance chaser lawsuits, shareholder lawsuits.
Yeah, well, anytime a stock is down big, the lawyers come out of the woodwork, and it's really important. A lawyer friend of mine told me once, he's like, you don't sue to win, you sue to make them pay you enough to go away. So
that's pretty, I've never heard that before, but that's pretty good. This stock also catching a couple of downgrades. Downgrade from Piper Sandler, downgrade from Raymond James, 140 price target. So maybe this is interesting. I don't have TFX on my radar at all. Appreciate you bringing this to the group, and I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh no, that's okay. So all that being said, right, with all this negative news and so forth, this is why if we're thinking about trading it as a possible bounce, we wait for the reversal to actually start, because it could keep going. I mean, if there's legitimacy to this stuff, this stock could be at zero. Yeah. Stocks can go down really far away.
They can.
But if you wait for the reversal, if you wait for the reversal, that takes a lot of the risk out of it. Let's take a look at the S&P, and then I want to look at Bitcoin too.
Yes, I was going to ask you about Bitcoin. Thankfully, that's on your list. Let's go.
Wow, this is some pretty negative. Now, keep in mind, like, let's not forget what I talked about, this sentiment this morning. And I'm not saying it's going to play out today. Maybe it's Monday or Tuesday, but I suspect that it's kind of imminent that we're going to get some kind of reversal. But the fact that we've had such a huge move down in the S&P And basically this morning, there's only a teeny tiny bit of a comeback. That's that could be considered bearish, because whenever market's down this big, there tends to be some kind of buying or some kind of a relief rally. But we're not really seeing much there this morning yet. So I think you got to kind of just hang on. If you're thinking about getting long on the tech stuff, I think you got to kind of just stay on the sidelines and wait for stuff to start moving. Before
Okay,
you jump in.
that is so timely that you just said that. That is so timely that you just said that, because when I was welcoming everyone in this morning, one of our chatters said, "When do we buy the dip?" Basically asking the group here, when do we buy the dip? And I had said that that's the $64,000 question, and I'm 100% with you on this. Let's wait instead of trying to catch the knife. Let's wait for it to confirm the reversal. Yeah, we might lose a little bit of points on that, but as you just said, the risk is going to be inherently much, much lower, and that's actually what we should be going after.
Yeah, it's almost like you're not buying the dip; you want to buy the reversal.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Wait for the reversal to start, and then you buy. And that's what a lot of momentum traders do. I mean, that's what their style is based on. Momentum, waiting for something to get some momentum going one way, and then you jump in without trying to get the exact bottom. But this is so Bitcoin, to me, goes back down to this 72.5, 73 level. And again, here we can see clear support, right? Just like we saw in the stocks or in the ETFs. Clear resistance. And again, you see the same patterns on charts of different things, because what we're actually looking at is the emotions of the people that are doing the trading. And whether you're trading NVIDIA or whether you're trading Bitcoin, people experience the same emotions. If this wasn't labeled and you couldn't see the prices, you wouldn't know what this is. I could tell you this is anything, and it'd be like, all right, Now, this 72.5 level, I suspect that there's going to be some support there, because it was a resistance level for so long. And this goes back into the whole thing we were just talking about, market memory, right? I mean, it's not as extreme of a case, but March 24 around 72.5 became resistance, and it was resistance through October. Now, a lot of times you get support because there's a lot of people who sold at this level that have been kicking themselves ever since the resistance broke and went higher, that are going to say, if that gets back to the price that I sold at, I'm going to go place a buy order if I can get it at the same price I sold it at. So if you have enough remorseful sellers placing buy orders, it could cause support to form. And this is why, this is why sometimes we get support at levels that were resistance before. Seller's remorse can also make support stay intact. And this is why you see support stay intact in an example like this. Because people that sell down here are kicking themselves when the price rallies, and they say, hey, if it ever gets back to my price, I'm going to buy my Bitcoin back. So seller's remorse can turn what was resistance into support, and seller's remorse can also keep support intact. Why is it important to know this? Well, if something is trending, instead of just guessing, like if someone is to say, Bitcoin's down 20,000 or whatever, I'm just going to go buy it. Well, that's just guessing. And maybe they're right, but if they are, it'll probably be more of luck than anything else. If you say, you know what, I'm going to watch this Bitcoin trend lower, and maybe if I see some signs of reversal, I'll get in, but I'm going to just stay on the sidelines. And when it gets down to around here, that's when I really get interested for a potential reversal. And one of the main reasons, like we just talked about, why you get support is because you have the seller's remorse. Now, when you rip really quickly through price levels like Bitcoin did here between November 6th and November 12th, it's kind of the same. Think of the principle like this, right? It didn't spend that much time at these price levels. So if it didn't spend that much time there couldn't have been that many people that were selling. So now on the way back down, you're not going to have the large group of remorseful sellers trying to buy stuff back. And so you can see we broke the support, and now we're getting a rapid move, and we're even gapping down. So it's the old statement, like that gaps refill. Basically, if you gap one way and then eventually you reverse and come back to those levels going in the opposite direction, you can move really quickly back through them, because if it's a gap, there's no trading in between the two prices that the gap was, right? And if there's no trading, well, there's not going to be a lot of vested interest. So this technically isn't a gap. I mean, I don't think Bitcoin would gap because it's open 24 hours a day, right? But it's the same principle. We're getting back into price levels now where there's not as much vested interest as there would be at these price levels up here. So I think this has a little bit of ways to go down.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I've actually been saying earlier this week, I tweeted it too, that if it does reach that 73-ish area, and by the way, you're exactly right, support and resistance are not finite points, they're actually areas. And if the price gets down to that 73K-ish, I'm a buyer at that level. So love it. Lion Atlas in our chat here saying I'm a buyer around 75K. That's strong support. It looks like that's exactly what Mark is charting out here. Mark, when you're done with Bitcoin, we did have a request here from the chat, if that's all right, if you can also take a look at Ripple, which is XRP/USD in Pro there. So I don't want to rush you off this chart.
No, that's okay. I just want to point out that
yeah.
I'm down around 72.5 or 73, not 75.
Yeah, no, sorry. That was one of the people from the chat there said 75. I'm looking at about 73, which is the top end of those wicks.
Okay, so what's the symbol now?
XRP/USD. Right there at the top. They were basically asking you to do a chart off this asset. If you just give it a sec, that should load. Sometimes these Bitcoin feeds take a second here. Let me see if. I guess no, you didn't. This is really strange too, because I actually tried to test this on my end here, and it worked just fine. So try clicking that day, the D at the top there. Yep, and changing it to a 5.
5 minutes.
Yep. See if you get any pricing data here. No, I don't. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why your chart's not showing it. I'm showing it on mine. We can do that during the show if you want. Mark, I'm sorry about this. You can go to the next stock that you want.
Yeah, that's okay. Maybe there's just some kind of data feed problem.
It is. That's all it is. The Bitcoin feed here is notoriously crabby, especially in the morning. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, that's probably because there's so many different, just so many different venues that it trades on. Oh, and that's one thing I wanted to bring up. I guess it's not really off topic, but I heard some, unfortunately I was on Reddit. Don't ask me why. I guess it's like a masochistic kind of thing. But, people were talking about like dark pools and algorithms, and amongst the retail trading world, there's really a lot of myths about this kind of stuff here. All a dark pool is a private stock exchange. If you're a big enough firm, like say you're Goldman Sachs, and you got clients that are buying and selling the same things at the same time, why pay the New York Stock Exchange fees to execute the trade if you could just execute it in-house? So around the 2000, the rules changed and all these dark pools came into play. And the brokers would go to guys like myself, people that were the buy-side traders, the hedge fund traders, the mutual fund traders, and they would say, hey, man, we got the best dark pool there is, right? And what's great about this is it's dark. No one can see your trades, which is not true. In the stock world, every trade needs to be reported to the tape. So I think over the years, people have just heard like dark pool and they think it's this like some kind of like an anonymous thing, or I should say ominous thing. Sorry. It's like an ominous thing, like Darth Vader or something.
Oh, yeah.
But all it is a private exchange. That's it. There's nothing, inherently good or bad about it. Now here's the thing where Wall Street can get a little crazy, right? There's like 60 or 70 venues that you can trade something on. It used to be one, the New York Stock Exchange. I mean, you had regional exchanges, but 99% of the trading went down there. So people could see like the full market. So let's just say there's an order with broker A to buy a stock at 20, and they put that in their dark pool. And then there's broker B, they get an order to sell a stock at 19, right? Well, you've got someone who's willing to pay 20 and you got someone who's willing to sell at 19. Mm-hmm. But if these venues aren't hooked together, then the trade is not going to get executed. So a lot of times people will say to me, I was willing to pay 20 and the stock just traded at, I was willing to pay 20 and I'm getting undercut here. Why would sellers go to people that are willing to pay a lower price than I am? So now if we kind of shift over to the algorithm view from at least the way I took it, right? Algorithms are just computerized programs that our traders use to execute their trades. That's all it is. I saw a person on TV one time say, it was August, and they're like, oh, this trading is really slow. This is just algos. All the traders are at the beach. Well, someone's got to press that enter button. That's like saying you drove by a construction site and the hammers were hammering, but there were no carpenters there. So now you would get these algorithm providers. And I used to use primarily two. One was this firm called Weekday, which it sucked. And the other one was through Bank of New York, which was great. I used to trade a lot of illiquid micro cap and small cap stuff. That was my forte. And just say you get an order by 100,000 shares or something, and there's only 10,000 on the table. Well, that's a tough order. And just say the last trade was at 51.54. You say, you know what? I'd buy all my 100,000 shares here at 51.54 if possible. I don't want to freak the market out. I don't want to go shop my order around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go put it in this algorithm here. Now, if I put it through the Bank of New York algorithm, buy 100,000 shares, at that price, a lot of times the stock would just start coming in. I could put the same order on the Weekday algorithm and nothing happened. And that's because the Bank of the New York algorithms was just hooked into way more of these exchanges, right? Think about it like this, right? I use a lot of analogies, but my shoe store analogy. Say there's a town where there's like 20 shoe stores and they're all scattered all over the town. There might be someone who's willing to sell a pair of shoes at 50, and there's someone else in a different store who's willing to pay 55 for those shoes. But because they don't know that each other are there, the trade never gets consummated. So if everything traded into one big shoe store, you would have complete price discovery. You would know what the hell was going on out there. And I think that the reason why over the last 20 years, the markets have become so much more volatile than they have been historically is because of this disjointedness that you have with the markets. They're not completely efficient if you don't have total price discovery. So anyway, yeah. So dark pools, they're just private stock exchanges. They're not good, bad, or indifferent. Algorithms, from the buy side trader point of view, they could be good, they could suck. It depends on a lot of different things, but they're certainly not magical. They don't run themselves. There's someone who's in control of them.
Yeah, no, for sure. The chatter here from Twitter, Donald Chump, LOL, by the way, with that name, that's awesome. It's the name Dark Pool that sounds so ominous. I completely agree with that. I feel like it's just some of it's not understood, so there's just this kind of uncertainty or just ignorance about how they actually work. And then on top of that, you have a name like Dark Pool. Like it might as well be Darth Vader's pool, like something like that. That's what kind of leads to this, I think.
Yeah, and when all that stuff with Reddit went on and people started getting crushed and they all blamed it like, oh, this market maker is trying to rip me off. Let me tell you something, man. I was a market maker for 2 years and never once did I ever go to work thinking like, oh, how am I going to go rip off some retail trader, right? I mean, that's just not how it works. The people that become good at trading accept responsibility for their losses.
That's right.
People that blame hedge funds and blame market makers for their losses are the people that lose money because they don't accept responsibility. When you're a market maker, your primary job is to execute orders on behalf of your client. But market makers work at broker dealers. If you're a hedge fund or an institutional money manager, you need to execute your trade through a broker dealer, just like a retail trader does. Say you're buying Dow Chemical. Well, if some hedge fund gives their order to, like, say, Goldman Sachs or whatever, guess where that order is going to go? It's going to go to the market makers that specialize in the chemical stocks. And it's up to them to try to get the best price. Now, where does the term market maker come from? Well, let's just say I had 1 million shares to sell, but I don't want to show my hands. I don't want them to know that I'm a seller yet. So the guy might be like, what are you doing? And I'll say, like, what are you doing? And they'll say, what are you doing? And he'll say, what are you doing? And you try to feel each other out. But finally, I would say, look, man, I got something to do on 1 million shares here. Make me a market. And they might say, I'll sell you 1 million shares at 52. I'll buy 1 million shares from you at 50. That's where the market is made. And that's where the term comes from. And generally speaking, market makers don't like to use their own money or commit capital for proprietary trading because you could have a really bad situation on your hands. Let's just say you're a market maker and you think, you know what? I think this stock is a short here. It's at 52. I think it's going to 50. I'm going to just go short on my own behalf, not on behalf of a client, but on my own behalf with my own capital. And I'm going to go sell short at 52. Now, what happens if 10 minutes later the phone rings and it's a client and they say, hey, I got this stock, the same stock. I got 1 million shares for sale. Be aggressive. Just get out of it. I don't care if you have to pound it down, right? Am I saying this the right way? Yeah. All right. No, I know. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's client goes the other way, right? Because
yeah,
now the
exactly.
client's
So
against you.
you say, you know what? I think this is a good place to buy shares of this stock at 52. So I'm going to go out there and buy. I'm going to use my own capital. But then 10 minutes later, the phone rings and it's a client that says, I'm a big seller. You got to be aggressive. I don't care if you have to pound this thing down. Well, the client's got to become ahead of what the market maker is doing. So now all of a sudden, the market maker is looking at a huge loss. They might say to the client, look, I'm long this. Can I go along with you? Meaning split the trades. But the client could just be like, sorry, dude, that ain't my problem. You know?
So in that example, client wants to buy this thing. Oh no, it was the other way. You're long and the client wants to hit bids just to make sure that they get out of that position. You're not just selling that real quick.
I mean, you can't. You have to disclose what your position is. But a lot of times, especially if you got a good reason for selling. Say you just got a phone call from Morgan Stanley saying, "Hey, man, we're a huge seller," and you're a seller, but you don't want Morgan Stanley to know because you don't want to split prints with their client. So you call Goldman Sachs and say, "Hey, man, I hear there's a large seller around. Just be really aggressive and get me out of this thing before it goes lower." And now the market maker is like, dude, I'm long a million shares of this at 52, and it's like, I don't care. Cry me a river, man. How many millions did you make last year being a market maker at Goldman Sachs? I don't really care. But yeah, that's just a little bit about how the structure works. It's generally you got the buy side and the sell side. The buy side pays commissions. They buy and sell. It's a confusing slang term. Yeah. They're the money managers, hedge fund managers, mutual fund managers. And the portfolio managers in general are the people that work at the buy side firms that decide what positions are going to be in the portfolio. The traders, which is what I was, are the people that would decide how to execute the trade to get the best price. They got to go through the broker dealers. So the broker dealers have a point person called a sales trader, who's the person who's supposed to talk to the client. And then they got the market makers. So there's buy side traders, sales traders, and market makers. Those are your three main institutional traders.
Okay. Real good stuff here, Mark. I appreciate. I am a sucker for knowledge. I guess it's just because I'm the son of two educators and I just cannot get enough knowledge. This stuff is incredibly helpful.
You want to see the cool chart I came across here?
Yeah, I do. I want to see the cool chart and also the stock of the day if you have it.
Okay. Right. So here's the Dow Jones going back to the beginning, 1897. And look at how these clear levels are, right? The market crashed here in July of 2003. I mean, I don't know what was going on then. But then when we had the sell-off in 929, look at where we found the bottom, within a few points of this, years and years later. That is
wild.
Look at how the support stayed intact, and resistance stayed intact. So the technology is different. The companies are different. The people are different. But what is not different is
the psychology.
It's the psychology. Same. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, so let me show you. I think I did. God, my brain is really starting to go, man.
You need the golf course. We've got the solution for you, Mark. You need the golf course. You need to get out on that driving range and pound that little white ball down the range.
I use yellow balls.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, people make fun of me, but I don't.
They're easy to see. First of all, my driving range also uses yellow golf balls, but yellow golf balls are easy to find on the course, I feel like.
All right. So I wrote about this 2 days ago. This is Live Nation. And like I said, I try to do all my stocks of the day as an educational thing. And one, we could see that where do we find support, right? The level that was resistance. We talked about this before. But going back to the historical chart there, right? Candlestick charting has been around for 700 years. It was first done by the Chinese rice traders back in the 1500s. So they are looking at the same patterns back then that we're looking at now. And again, it's because human nature doesn't change. The people that are trading Live Nation now have the same emotions that people in Japan did 700 years ago. Now, the reason why I pointed this out, though, is not because of the resistance turning into support. It's because of what we call engulfing patterns. Now, if you were watching this here on this day, last Friday, you would have said, you know what? This is going to be another up day because the opening price was higher than the prior day's close. So in the morning, it looked like the uptrend was going to continue. But what happened? The sellers came in and overpowered the buyers and knocked it back down. The important thing is that it closed below the prior day's open. Remember, most volume trades on the open and the close. So when you get through them, it tells you something. So sometimes the sellers can take control from the buyers over an extended period of time. That might show up on a chart as something that looks like a rounded, a rounded top, some nice, real kind of slow thing. Sometimes the change in leadership takes place in one day, and this is what the bearish engulfing pattern shows us here. And sure enough, we've been trending lower since. In the Western world, you would call this a outside reversal day, but it's the same thing. And you can see another one here. We had this uptrend. It looked like it was going to be another up day, but by the close, we were all the way back down there. So that's your bearish engulfing pattern. It showed you the bears took over. Sure enough, we trended lower. Now we have the opposite. On this particular day, you would have thought to yourself, man, this is going to be another down day. We're opening at a lower price than the prior day's close. But by the end of the day, what happened? The buyers came in, overpowered the sellers, pushed it all the way up. And importantly, again, we got through the prior day's opening price. So engulfing patterns, well, when leadership changes in a short period of time, over the course of a day, it might show up as something like an engulfing pattern there. So that's what I talked about, I don't know, yesterday or the day before.
Okay, that's awesome. I mean, we look for engulfing candles all of the time. We actually just mentioned one the other day. So this is really great stuff. Did have a request here to chart out Palantir, if you're good with that. Ticker PLTR.
All right. Now, I'm glad you asked about this because this is at an important juncture here. Now, someone might say, is this a bearish engulfing pattern? And I guess you can argue it, but it's really, I guess, just semantics. But an engulfing pattern is a reversal pattern. So it's got to come at the end of a trend, right? So this is a downtrend. This is, kind of, it's not technically a bearish engulfing pattern, but it shows you that within one session, the sellers just took over.
Yeah.
But anyway, for Palantir here, the level to watch is, what is this? Like 83, 70, 84. Resistance became support. You can see over the last 3 days, this is where the stock found support. But this morning, it seems to be breaking it. So, if the market turns around and we rally off of those levels in the bigger stocks we were talking about, this could kind of come back. But I think if the market stays quiet and doesn't really move, it's probably going to continue to trend lower. And where I would be looking, my first stop would probably be around here, 73.95, because it's that little bottom there. And then my second stop would be down around here, around 64. So it looks to me like this support is breaking. And again, I think it's going to depend on what the broader market does. Remember, stocks don't act in a vacuum or in a, they all kind of are related to each other in some way. Like if you take NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Apple, there's 500 stocks in the S&P 500. Those three stocks make up about 20% of it. So what goes on in Apple and Microsoft and NVIDIA, and a lot of times could kind of fall over and affect what's going on here.
One of the chatters here pointing out right in the middle of that down move, it looks like you have a bearish engulfing candle, at least of the body of that, what looks like a hammer.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that this is one, but I would say, it's really, it shows the same thing, right? That the sellers are really aggressive. But I guess if we wanted to get like nitpicky, you would say, technically it's not a bearish engulfing pattern because it's not at the end of a trend. It's in the middle of a trend. So, I mean, I know hindsight's 20/20, but forget the name of the pattern. The important thing, which you I think picked up on, is this just shows real weakness. I mean, I guess you could call it a bearish engulfing pattern because this day here had a higher trend, right? And then the seller, let's not think about the name. Let's just think about what this shows. Big sellers come into the market, pound the stock down. Buyers think, oh, this is overdone, man. I'm going to go in and buy. Notice we got all the way down to here, and then we closed all the way back up here. So that seemed like positive action. But the next day, maybe the sellers were on the sidelines during this move. And the next day, the seller said, you know what? I'm jumping back in the market here. So sure enough, we opened there. We closed down there, closed below the prior day's open. So yeah, you could say that this is an engulfing pattern that turns this trend, but the important thing is not the names. The important thing is what is the price action that creates these patterns. That's what we want to pay attention to.
Okay. Mark, this has been awesome, as it always is. Really good stuff here today. Thanks again for joining us.
All right.
Have a great weekend, and also hit those balls straight. Let me know how you do at the range. I'm so like itching to get back on the course. It's kind of pathetic, actually. So I'm gonna swing vicariously through you while you're at that range.
Jack Nicklaus says it's kind of funny in his book. There was a time where I bought a lot of golf books, and he's like, good golfers don't hit the ball straight. They either fade it or draw it.
Yeah, so, actually, that's true. Good point.
But of course, I'm not Jack Nicklaus, and I just am happy if the ball ends up on the fairway. But yeah, anyway,
me too.
I think someone asked about Mara here.
Yeah, sure. And we also plug in your Substack.
Oh yeah. Mark Petrino, CMT.substack.
We got it on the screen. Oh, need it. We got it. Link in the chat on the screen. Take us home with Mara here.
All right. Well, just a thing to keep an eye on here. Another stock that looks like it could be on the verge of a reversal. So, I think it all depends on what the broader market does. If the NVIDIA and, Microsoft start catching a bid, this thing is going to move higher. But if those guys stay flat, I don't really see it moving much. And it doesn't look like it's really doing much this morning.
Okay. Real great stuff. Mark okay. Petrino, check out his Substack. Really great stuff. I'm looking forward to next week already, Mark. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy your weekend. We'll catch up with you next week. All right.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I'll see you.
That is Mark Petrino, folks. We are lucky to have him. Awesome stuff here. His departure. Here's your Ripple chart. We'll go. Well, you know what? We'll start with this since I couldn't get it working for Mark. By the way, whoever was asking that, Masroor, I tried it with him. I'm not sure why. As I said, these Bitcoin feeds can be a bit testy. We're still working some of that out. I wasn't going to try and do diagnosis live. I will just share it here on my chart. And what we'll do to actually make it a little bit better, we'll bring in 13. We'll have 13 help out with some of this charting. 13, happy Friday. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. How's everybody this morning? Everybody surviving this breakdown in the SPY and the rest of the market?
Well, first of all, we're doing better than surviving, it seems. Everyone, at least everyone that's here so far, came in ready to roll. Mark had great stuff. We had great questions here from the chat. Everything has been great here this morning. Hard to knock us down on a Friday, man. Friday fun day. This is what we do.
Oh, here. Yeah. And, it's not like we weren't expecting this either. This is finally coming to fruition. So here we are. Let's just see what we can get out of it. Where do you want to start? I mean, you got XRP up there. So,
I want to start here with Ripple because we were asked politely and unfortunately had a tech issue that prohibited us from going over it. So basically just looking at a chart here, right? Please, can you try? Let me see if there was the first time that you asked, maybe you had something more specific. Let me double check really quick. Trying to find it. Sorry, just trying to fill space in here. Can you discuss Ripple? Okay, so it was very, very generic. So here, let's just take a look at this. 13, I'll start. You let me know whatever you think here is appropriate for charting, and when I'm done, I'll go ahead and add those drawings here to that. No, there's a couple of things that I see right off the top here on Ripple. Number one, first thing, and these always, for whatever reason, because we talk about them so frequently, these really jump off the page for me. Got a very, very clear head and shoulders right here. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Although that right shoulder, that was a pretty crappy drawing, Ryan. You can do better than that. Come on. That right shoulder formed pretty quickly, but it sure does look like this is breaking down. And I would kind of throw that right in here. This $2, I got it as 206. Let's call it $2 for support here. I do think that is a support level, but given the head and shoulders here, I would not be surprised if we actually took another leg down to try and resolve this pattern. Furthermore, if we were just going to take a look at, and here, this is actually really good. If I could correct that bar, there we go. Furthermore, you might have another level, call it right in here. Look at that. So I think, remember, Mark just talked about support and resistance not being specific points, but rather ranges. Well, look at this range. Do you think this is a coincidence? I sure don't. I think this 196 to 206 or 195 to 205, however you draw your lines, this looks like a support area, but it's facing off against the head and shoulders here. So that would be my start here, 13. What else do you want me to add to this? What do you see in this chart? The chart for 13.
Yeah, I like what you're pointing out there with the neckline being at about, somewhere between 195 and 2, because that level you were looking at from 2021, that high was 197. And we're looking at this head and shoulders that you identified very well. It was that there's multiple lows here, but I think the one that stands out the most is the one you pointed out, the $2 one, which is from December 30th this past year. So I would say that range is absolutely the area to watch for a breakdown or a rebound. In my opinion, I think this does go lower based on the pattern here. Now, what you may end up getting is you could see the price come down to about 175 before it tries to recover and retake that neckline at that 195 to $2 area. The way that these patterns resolve is that they will back test the neckline and then head lower. So I would think that if we do get that breakdown at $2, we're going to probably come down. And I don't know exactly what the price is going to be where it bounces to come back up to test the neckline. But my guess based off this this pattern here and this price action would be about 175, where we might see that reversal before it back tests that neckline and then comes back down to test the 200-day SMA, which you also have some consolidation in that area from November last year. So that would be how I would view the expected price action of this pattern resolving. It is a pretty low RSI right now, but being so close to $2 may help it try to go sideways a little bit before it loses that area, or it could just fall right through it and then go down to that bounce area in short order. So $2 area is going to be very important to watch for with the ripple, and then you'd have to just kind of be patient and wait for the reversal that comes back up and tests the neckline if you're trying to continue to short it.
Yeah, really good stuff there. Masur, let me know if that was helpful or if that's what you were looking for here. Just to kind of echo something that Mark just told us about, because we just had him on. Remember, in a situation like this, I believe he said you're trying to trade the reversal. So to 13's point, we really do want to see what happens here, because maybe this does try to resolve the head and shoulders pattern lower. We don't know yet. Or, as we've identified, this is a pretty strong support. Maybe it bounces from here. So maybe wait for that to confirm and then trade against that. Trade the reversal, maybe not the initial move. Let me know if that was helpful. 13, really good stuff. Appreciate you being flexible here and going to that. Do you want to hit the movers? I know we're what, like, we had a pretty packed pre-market here, so maybe we should just start with the movers and then take our time until we open.
We can just get through that because I was looking at the movers this morning, and there's nothing super special today. No 100% movers. There are a few that look interesting that might provide some trades, and I've got a list of several here that we can briefly talk about. But the one that caught my eye that just started moving not too long ago was NVVE. You got it up there right now, so perfect. This one, let's see here. It's moving because it received a $400 million contract, which is for the next 4 years, and that was for. Let me just get this back up here. Sorry, go ahead. It was from the state of New Mexico for renewable energy goals. It's basically going to be for electrification and charging infrastructure. So that's what the news is that's pushing it. Now, the interesting thing here is that we only have we have less than 1 million shares in the float, and the market cap is before this move was about 3.1 million. So receiving a $400 million contract is quite substantial for this company.
Yeah.
They don't have a whole lot of cash, and I don't know that they'll do a capital raise. I see that they did file to sell shares, and I, Jonathan, if you're around, you tell me if there's any warrants in there. I believe there might be, but that's one thing to keep an eye on. If if they do decide to raise, or to just raise capital by selling more shares during this movement, that could be something to be careful of. But I think this is going to move around quite easily, quite volatilely because of how small the float is. There's also another potential catalyst coming up next month when they are going to participate in a Roth Capital Conference from March 16th to 18th in Dana Point, California. So several things going on with that. Right now, the stock is, it's put in a bit of a bull pennant that it's just broke out of and took us up to 473. As far as levels go with this one, we don't think we've traded this one before. We may have, but I don't have levels for it yet. But if we are going to see some price action here, we've already passed that one. We've kind of found ourselves up in a bit of a consolidation area around just above about 480. I think we hit that earlier this morning. That was a consolidation area from August. And if we get above that area, above 480, then 550 looks like another spot where we might run into some resistance. So for now, I'll just point those levels out. 480 and 550 are going to be our earliest upside targets here for NVVE.
Yeah. Okay. Really good stuff here. The one other thing that I would add to that, well, two very small things to add. Otherwise, you hit everything else. Number one, you had mentioned the small float here, 8+% of the float shorted, but only 1 day to cover. So with that low float, maybe if this really kind of catches, there's some squeeze potential in there, but the days to cover really kind of really low and normal, if you will. So maybe not. What I will say here, though, is you can see right from the daily chart, when this stock spikes, it loves to come back in, and it loves to come back in short order. So this is definitely one where, look, if you get gains in this and you trade this and you're basically just trading the chart, awesome, good for you. But make sure that you get those gains booked. Don't give them all back. This is not does not appear to be a suitable long term. This looks to be just kind of a short term play here.
Right. As most of these are going to be. And look at what we just got out of this. It just went up to 477, just a few cents short of that 480 level, and it looks like it's trying to turn around. Now, I'm not saying this is going to break down. I wouldn't believe that until we start losing VWAP, but this could be consolidating for the next push up to that 550 level. So you've got your VWAP that could provide support. But this is starting to look a little weak here in the pre-market. So just be careful with this. We don't want this to start trading beneath 425.
Okay. All right. Really good stuff there, NVVE. And also wanted to mention here, you were saying about Ripple. Looks like Carmen, you like Ripple. Lion, you like Ripple around 2. Ripple's one of those that I don't own. I really would like to own, but I don't have it yet. So maybe I'll take a look there around 2. Next here we got TRNR, Interactive Strength, ex-girlfriend from yesterday. What do you got here, 13?
There's another head and shoulders pattern, right? That I can see right off the bat. Here, let me pull that one up. Sorry, give me a second here. All right, so we've got
while you're pulling it up here real quick. Float 1.5 million, short interest here on TRNR, 6% of the float shorted, and 1 day to cover.
So one thing you can see from the pre-market yesterday before we opened is one of the earliest impulse moves that brought the price up, got it up to about 185, 184 before we back tested the support area at about 160, and then we ripped out of the open. Now the reason I'm pointing out this level is because when it came back in, it knifed right through it. So we're looking at the 184. Let's call it this 185. We're looking at the 185 today. You can see that in the pre-market we pushed up through it again, and we've back tested that same level, but we're still holding above it. It's just that this pattern that we're putting in right now does look bearish. Let me go to my broker here. I might actually have some better indicators. So it's trying to push back above VWAP right now. And if we do get above VWAP, I think that 215 may come into play again as resistance, since that was the resistance from the left shoulder. So, and it's starting to curl up. So what we would want to see in order to invalidate this pattern is to break above that left shoulder and get up to the 228 pre-market high that we got here. I don't know that that's going to happen. Still looks like this could end up going lower. And I have the neckline. At about Well, it's the neckline is where that pre-market level I mentioned from yesterday is. So 185. So we lose 185. That's going to be our indicator that, okay, this is going lower. Don't try and catch this falling knife, and wait for that bounce to come. That's going to try and back test that 185 neckline. That's the way I'm going to be viewing this. If we start to get weak around 215,
Okay.
this looks bearish to me.
Yeah, me too. 182, your 65 EMA on this chart as well. Okay, next one on the list here, ENVB. This is definitely an ex-girlfriend. I feel like we've traded this one a number of times off the relative volume scanner, most recently on Wednesday. That nice little move out of the gate, although it gave everything back. Kind of settled here just above 2. Looks like it's trying to curl up a little bit here, but plus 23% here in the pre-market. Nothing new here as of Friday for the news. Quick check-in on the short interest, 14.43% with just 1 day to cover there. It's a little bit more elevated short interest. And then the float here, 1.9 million. So ENVB, do you have any key levels? This one catching your eye at all?
Well, I do have levels here from when we traded this previously, though I don't know exactly when that was. Probably aside from yesterday. I don't really have anything new, so let's just draw on those that we have already. We are at 256. So let me take a look here. So 275 was a level that I already had here. We got up there about 15 minutes ago. It was rejected. It got as high as 277. Still holding above VWAP despite these upper shadows, but could be losing it here in just a moment. This one also doesn't look great with the number of these upper shadows that we're getting across all of these different 5-minute candles. Just for the majority of this pre-market here after this impulse move, would really need to see this continue to hold up here, and there might be a chance that this that pushes up over 275. But the volume doesn't look great right now. So this may be one that I would also want to wait on, just because it's still kind of putting in that bearish head and shoulders pattern. We just haven't really fully resolved the head yet and started the right shoulder. So I don't even know if that'll end up being the case. The important thing for this to watch is just seeing if that volume is going to expand, which right now it doesn't look great, and whether or not this VWAP holds. If we hold that VWAP into the open, there's a possibility we might see this push over that 275 level that I talked about earlier. And then I'd be waiting to see if it would go, or not waiting, but that might be an indicator that we could get this to go up to 350, 355. But it's all going to be dependent upon that volume. So if we start to push up at the open, but we don't get enough volume, I'm not confident we'll get up very high.
Okay, good stuff there. ENVB. Next one is going to be BTAI. This did have a catalyst today, but yikes, look at the price action here. We're always wary of these. We'll see if this forms any type of tradable bottom, but best to wait this one out. XIII therapeutic shares are trading higher after the company announced that it regained NASDAQ listing compliance. This is one of our favorite tongue-in-cheek catalysts here because it's just kind of a joke that this is really what makes stocks move around. Quick look around the horn here. 11% of the float shorted. Oh, by the way, I had mentioned this the other day. When we were taking a look at short interest here, I said that we were expecting a new data print. All of the short interest numbers here in Pro, as a reminder, come from the filings. We do have our most recent update here effective February 26th. So this short interest data is in fact fresh. 11% of the float shorted here on this, 1.12 days to cover. Not really a big deal. 2.58 million shares in the float. You folks have seen what this is doing here in the pre-market. It is all based on the volume. I'd be careful with this one. We're obviously talking about some of the riskier stocks here for trades, and this one is probably riskier on the group. 13, what do you think here? BTAI. It's got AI in the names. It's got to be great, right?
So it has to be, sure. Has about 3/4 of cash, so I don't know if they're going to try to execute any capital raise. I don't think they filed anything that would suggest that. Aside from the NASDAQ recompliance, this is also a low RSI play. It's coming off of, let's see what we get yesterday. Yesterday was the lowest RSI print. That was just under 26 RSI. So that also helping give this a bit of a lift. But I also have concerns about this being very strong, especially in this current tape that we're in, where a lot of stocks are really coming down. The AI chip theme is starting to unravel a little bit, but not completely unravel. I would think that what I would be waiting for is some clear sign that this is coming back up to VWAP, because we are pretty down beneath that right now.
Yeah.
VWAP I currently have at 236, and it is trying to hold above some of the consolidation we've been getting over the past several days. Right now, we are kind of in the consolidation from let's see, what was that day? That was Monday. So we're going to want to see it at least hold here. And if it doesn't, then there may be better support down around, 170, 180. The low that we put in was 172. So if it does have more to fall, it's not going to be much further. But this whole move, it seems like it's already over. So I don't know that there's really a whole lot here. It's the two other things that we're just going to need is volume and some other indicators that are crossing, like a MACD crossing to the upside. That'd be a good indicator. But so far, none of that right now.
Okay. Real good stuff. Did you have anything else from your movers list that you wanted to cover, or should we do ticker time, prepare for the open?
So we can do ticker time. I was just going to mention that there were some others that were moving earlier that aren't really high up on the chart anymore. So, it could be a real gamble today with these movers. And if you're just making the decision to just sit on your hands because nothing looks great, I think that's great discipline. I don't think that would be a bad choice at all. But if you see things that are to your liking, don't let me stop you from trading them. It's just that I think that you may want to take a little bit of extra caution today.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And speaking of that, let's actually take a look here real quick. Here's NVIDIA. So we had talked earlier, by the way, a couple of things, 13. First of all, take a bow, because Happy Hour and the rest of the group had been talking about how the NVIDIA chips were likely making their way into China despite the export controls. And I don't know if you saw the story here this morning. NVIDIA chips smuggled to China. 3 men were arrested in Singapore. So what we had talked about happening was actually happening the entire time. Yeah. We had been talking about this for a while. We just got the news story here today. So pat yourself on the back for that. We were right about that. Once again. So that is just kind of affecting NVIDIA. I mean, I don't know how much it's actually affecting the price, but that's what's going on there. The other thing that happened here this morning is we did get the PCE print. I'm sure you were taking a look at that. So your core PCE price index, again, year over year for January, 2.6 versus the 2.6 estimate. Core PCE month over month for January, 0.3 versus the 0.3 estimate. Both of those are in line here. Initially, the market started to move up a little bit on that, and so too did NVIDIA. So NVIDIA was actually higher here in the pre-market, a little bit of green arrows earlier this morning, really started to sell off, and then bounced right when we got that print. Looks like we've kind of rolled back over. We're trying to hold it here, but so your comment there about being cautious, I think, is well warranted. One of the things that I want to see here right out of the open is, what does this opening print look like for the market, and is it going to be a head fake? So I don't necessarily need to grab any of these right out of the gate here. Come on, what's going on?
Well, let's see. What we end up getting down to 117. We sure did. In the pre-market here. So that was my level that I was waiting for. And it looks like we may end it gapping down at the open. It's not a very big gap, but it looks like we are gapping down based upon, the open that we're about to get in a few minutes and the close we got yesterday.
Yep. And here's the SPY. SPY too bounced when we got that print at least a little bit here, but this too has rolled over to the low. So I love what you were just saying there. I know we were talking about some of the junkier small stocks, but I think being patient here, especially out of the open, that seems to make the most amount of sense. It's a Friday fun day. Let's not go into the weekend all sad because we did something dumb. I think that's probably the best piece of advice I can give.
Well, okay. You've had a good week so far. Has everybody had a good week? I mean, let's not ruin it, right?
Yeah, exactly. No reason to try to play hero here on Friday,
right?
Especially if the market's not giving you what you're looking for.
Yeah, trade it small or not at all. If you've got great gains this week and not sure about this market this morning, nobody should hold it against anyone else to not trade today. Just let things be as they may, because we don't want to lose what we got this week.
And real quickly here, Chase asking about CTM. Thoughts on CTM? Just received $103 million Navy contract. CTM, this is a penny stock. This did pop here into dollar territory as it's trading up on this about 15% on the back of this news. Not a whole lot of short interest in here. 49 million shares in the float. I see why this is interesting. I mean, awarded $103.3 million contract. The first thing that I would want to do is go through that and see if it's up to 103 million. Are there any other milestones that they need to hit? Maybe there's just kind of an initial thing there. I haven't really gone through this. Generally speaking, I like to avoid penny stocks, actual penny stocks, not stocks that are under $5, but actual stocks that are in pennies. Generally like to avoid them here. I'd actually have to go through this press release first. But this is what's going on here. The market cap here is 71.8 million, and they're getting a PR here about receiving a $103.3 million contract. We've seen when you have a contract that's bigger than the market cap of the company, it will often move that company. But there's some more digging that we have to do here on this thing.
Yeah, and this is awarded to this CTM company subsidiary, Global Technology and Management Resources. That's for multiple things: intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, targeting.
ISR, yeah.
Seems like it's going to be for some special missions management. So, yeah, I don't even know how much this is. It's going to definitely affect this company, but I just don't exactly know to what degree, because this is not the company that's getting the contract. It's their subsidiary.
Okay, sweet. Let's see. We're open.
We're about to open here.
I looked at it. We were 2 seconds until we opened. Well timed, 13. Here we go.
All right.
Here we go.
Let's see what we got here. NVVE. Trying to push up out of the gate here. Looking for that 475 area to break. This one looked like it was going to roll over, but this is starting to get the buyers to come in. Just be very, very careful with this one, folks. We might take out the pre-market high, which we just did, and then come right back in. So just be careful. Oh, wow. That's a nice pop to 502. All right. Let's see what else.
By the way, and I'm looking off the screen here. NVIDIA did so far hold that, looks like a kind of a double bottom here, 116 3/4 on NVIDIA. So far, so good. Market SPY, however, rolled right out of the open. NVIDIA starting to pull too here a little. Well, watch this low here from yesterday on the SPY.
Yeah, 117 still hanging in there. And now, since you have a trend line on the NVIDIA daily chart, you can see that we're starting to trade beneath it. Now, that's going to be an area of resistance you're going to want to watch for. We don't recapture that trend line, is likely going to go lower. But I still think that we may end up trying to test the middle of that parallel channel that you drew on NVIDIA earlier this week.
Yeah, let me go grab that actual value here for you. So middle of that parallel channel today puts us at 123 3/4.
Okay, so that's that's really exactly what I have on my screen. Just losing that trend line, back testing 117.
Yep.
If it doesn't hold, then we're probably going to go down to the bottom of that channel. But if it does hold, then I think we're going to back test the middle of that parallel channel. Now, NVVE, after hitting that 502 print, it dropped, and we're trading beneath VWAP right now. Still being cautious on this one because MACD looks like this wants to roll over. So not excited to jump in this one quite yet.
Entire market here, green to red. Excuse me. I looked at the Dow last, and of course that didn't go. Dow here still holding on to positive territory by 0.3. NASDAQ and SPY both green to red here, right out of the open.
TRNR might actually get going here. This needs more volume. The MACD looks like it wants to cross to the upside, but the volume is going to tell the whole story here.
I'm going to load this one in my broker.
If we don't get enough volume on this one, then it's going to also go the way of NVVE. I think this is going to be one of those things where you just got to watch and see what the volume does. If there's a little interest in these movers this morning, then this might not be the thing that we want to trade.
Okay. Izzy, some levels. I like 82 cents, 75, and then probably 60. It won't be a cash cannon. I'll kind of scale into that. Wisdom saying NVVE is a trap.
It's a trap.
Be careful.
Giving you some pretty wild price action in the year of the snake, but
volatility, baby, year of the snake.
We joke about it. We joke about it, but it has been absolutely 100% true so far this year.
TRNR, by the way, lost that VWAP there.
Yeah. So let's see, NVVE, this thing could whip around. Just be careful if you're going to trade it. Make sure you've got your stop set. But let's see, who's it? Is it Smoke Tuna or who would it? Wisdom. To Wisdom's point, yeah, this could trap a lot of folks. So just be careful. We are, trying to contend with VWAP and go back and forth. I keep saying that. Be careful with these this morning. I don't feel that great about this market breadth.
Yeah, no, neither do I. And actually, speaking of market breadth, right here out of the open, market breadth all in the red. Apple plunged, really kind of a nasty candle here. Wasn't watching it. Here is your ENVB break to the upside here.
So that took out the 275. Now, if this continues to get this kind of volume, or if it holds above 275, there's a good chance we might see this move up to the 350, 355 area that we were mentioning earlier. SPY breaking down here, approaching our 5% pullback area of 582 and 57 cents. We could even overshoot that level today before we find support. So that's to what some of our group was saying yesterday in Happy Hour. Overshoot definitely possible. So I don't think it's just going to tick that pullback level and reverse. We may see several prints underneath that before it finds support. I would think that if that happens, that we're going to see somewhere around. It's going to be somewhere between 580 and 582. I know that that's a little bit of a range there, but somewhere between 580 and 582 is where we might start to see that reversal in the SPY.
Okay. Good stuff there in SPY. We've been waiting those levels. Let's see if we do bounce from that level or if we continue to sell here. ENVB, wow, continuing. Looks like it's trading up towards 3 there. TRNR, by the way, that kind of a nasty move there. This came into 2. Looks like it broke it by a couple of pennies and then instantly turned around here.
Yep.
Not one that I would have traded here out of the gate when we're being a little bit more cautious.
Yep.
ENVB through 3 now, 305.
Yep. So volume's still looking all right. Still holding above VWAP for the time being. I still think this is the kind of environment after these impulse moves. If you're trading this to systematically raise your stops, don't let these turn into losing trades. So I would at least bring it up to just under VWAP. But that's me. You trade how you're going to trade. It's but we don't want to see a breakdown beneath 275 where we just broke out of, because now that's a support area.
Market is trying to bounce here, and NVIDIA is kind of leading the way. Also, ORGO, Organogenesis Holdings. Shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q4 financial results and issued FY25 sales guidance above estimates. This stock ripping here out of the gate, plus 67.8% here. Let's see. This is highly shorted, 30% of the float short here with 32 days to cover. Boy, you might have a short squeeze on your hand here with this one. 28.8 million shares in the float. Earnings is a solid catalyst. This is not some junky compliance catalyst or relisting compliance. So ORGO here ripping. Not going to chase any green candles today at all, but this stock here ripping on volume out of the open.
Let's see what we got here. Yeah, green candles out of the open. Might get our first red one here in a little bit. Got 3 minutes left in this candle.
MicroStrategy here. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Strategy is trying to go red-green here after that weak pre-market. Bitcoin also has been trending up here this morning, so it looks like Strategy is trading with that.
Or go more highs here. Let me see if I can pull some levels for this one.
Okay, while you're pulling levels here, tech continuing to bounce. This is actually leading the way. SPY's also bouncing, but tech continuing to bounce here. Palo Alto higher. Netflix trying to go red to green.
Okay, so for ORGO, what I'm seeing here is we are trying to work our way up through some consolidation back from 2022, but we are about to enter a gap area that can fill at, let's see, the gap fill is at about 582. So it starts at 533, fills at 582, so almost 50 cents there for a gap fill. And then after that, there's a high that came before the gap, actually a day before the gap of 652, where we might see some more resistance. So those would be some areas that I'd be looking for in ORGO. Website.
Okay, good stuff there. ORGO. By the way, Izzy, I know you're shouting Disney here. What's the shout for?
Well, he's been trading this all or talking about
No,
this
I know.
all
I'm just
day,
looking for some
all
more
week.
context because all he said is Disney, and yeah, sure, it's curling up here out of the pre-market. Just looking for some more context on that. Nvidia, by the way, continuing to try and trade higher here on that bounce. Same, so too with Tesla and Apple and Netflix. So tech here still trying to bounce. Well, it'd be interesting to see if this bounce has some legs or not. Shitty penny stock.
Wisdom mentioning lunar warrants. This did gap down, and it looks like we're trying to fill the gap back up to the upside. We actually may have already done that. Let's see here. Let's see, that was 1432. Yeah, we barely filled the gap. I think we came within 5 cents of filling it. So could see this fill and then turn around and go lower. I don't necessarily think that this head and shoulders pattern in lunar is finished yet, but it seems like buyers are trying to step in. RSI is quite low. Like I was saying earlier this week about this one, they did do a launch, and now we're waiting for them to actually land on the moon, hopefully upright this time. And that's supposed to take place between around March 6th to 7th. So I think that if this continues to go lower into that moon landing event, we could potentially see a pretty good bounce here, especially with how beaten up this has been getting over the short term.
Okay. Good stuff there on lunar. You guys are mentioning Sound, which also had earnings here. So Sound actually popped on earnings, gave everything back. It's trying to gain some traction here, up 2.5%. SoundHound AI shares trading higher after company reported better than expected Q4 financial results and raised its fiscal year 25 revenue guidance. So good news there. Guidance really has been the key on a lot of that. I mean, we saw Rocket Lab. I saw someone ask about Rocket Lab earlier. That was a beat, top and the bottom line, just really kind of soft guidance. That's what caused this stock to slide. Good news here is that we actually did hold the impulse low from the after hours yesterday. We're trying to bounce here. Really, I mean, $19. I mean, if we can clear out 19, maybe we can fill this gap higher. Did you have any outlook here on Rocket Lab, ticker RKLB?
Just like all these other movers from late last year, just let all these come in. We did actually get some movement down in this gap area that was created in November. Didn't quite get down to filling the gap to the downside, but maybe we did that in a pre-market. I'd have to go and look. Still very low RSI, so this is trying to bounce and fill the gap to the upside now, which fills at 1976.
Okay.
So there's some levels for you there, but I still think this is needing to go lower. No one is landing on the moon. Lunar is landing on the moon with their ship, their craft that they just launched. So yeah, we are. BTAI, TRNR, that thing knifed.
Yeah, at TRNR, Chris, I saw that you were trying to take a trade there. This thing knifed. Chris, really good entry there. I think, 187? Looks like it went down to 183. Be careful here. This does represent a pre-market reversal point. So I could see why that happened. This thing bouncing here, 205 is your VWAP, I'll be honest. If it gets back up to 205, but at least book some of that.
Okay.
Rigetti taking off after some news about the company buying about 35 million shares. Yes, I saw that earlier. Rigetti was actually down in the pre-market here. How are we doing? Yeah, okay. So this one actually was a little bit weaker here. Tell you what, this thing has earnings. I think there's more lows to come here in Rigetti, personally.
All those names that we were talking about that were moving yesterday. Let's let these all just get smacked down. It's not finished.
And here's the I think so too. I don't necessarily think this dip is viable here. By the way, TRNR back up to the VWAP there, actually crossed it and popping through it here on TRNR. Would say if anyone took that one off the low, Chris, at least book some of that there. Real quickly, Rigetti enters strategic collaboration agreement with Quanta Computer to accelerate development and commercialization of superconducting quantum computing. That was the headline that was getting mentioned here. Again, still think that this is pretty far off. Here is your TRNR move. Notably, this came up towards the pre-market high. That would be the next spot here. If you left a trailer on, maybe we break above that, test 240 from yesterday's intraday high. Really good stuff here on this. Really good stuff, you guys, on the on some of these junkier names, being able to find a entry point on that. Apple here still doing pretty good. NASDAQ still continuing to bounce. NVIDIA stopped its bounce but refused to break down. So the market is definitely trying to hold in here, trying to give you that buy the dip signal. Izzy bought Uber today on the low, looking for a reverse here for a day trade. Okay, pretty awesome. So far, the low today, again, not a coincidence here. Love it, Izzy. The low here today corresponded with the low print from yesterday when Uber really started to sell off. Got a nice little bounce here. Izzy, what would be your upside target on this? 75, 76? Or are you looking for more than that? Or maybe just playing price action. Let me know. By the way, TRNR, almost as if it can hear me talking, stopped right at that area there, that pre-market high. Look at that. Look at that.
Yep. Extra caution today.
Extra.
I'll probably
caution
even say
today.
it again later.
I am seeing a bunch of, sorry to interrupt you, I am seeing a bunch of NVIDIA calls being bought down here. Not terribly huge. But multiple aggressive orders.
I think, Master, can we look at RZLV? This thing not really moving today, but I'll tell you one thing. It seems like at some point this might get some buyers to come in because of how low the RSI is, and we're coming down to the all-time lows in this that we printed in November. So potential double bottom happening here with coming with a RZLV, but I feel like this is going to need some other kind of catalyst as well, not just the technicals. So I really don't know what more I can say about this one. This is, I'd have to look into it some more in order to find out exactly how this company operates. But I'd be careful with this one if you are going to trade it. And
this chart looks like death, dude.
I think there's better things out there to trade.
Yeah. So I was hoping this wasn't going to come up, but since it did, let's address it. Producer here, Citigroup mistakenly credits a customer with $81 trillion in a near miss. It goes on to say, erroneously credited $81 trillion instead of 280. Look, they did do this. I called them. I tried to withdraw. Okay. I tried immediately. As soon as I saw it hit, I tried to withdraw. That my entire account was locked. I couldn't transfer. I couldn't buy stuff. I called them. Don't get too excited. I tried, and but look, I'm still here today, so it is what it is.
Wow, that's the fat finger of the century to be punching in numbers that big by accident. I don't even know how that happened, but
me either.
That's just a colossal mistake. It's crazy. Anyway.
ORGO here. This is actually doing a really good job flagging above the VWAP here. So A, it's held 5. B, it's held above the VWAP. And C, it's actually looks pretty good here. I want to see this volume not die. If this volume dies off, I think this probably gets whacked. But 550 going to be your next upside spot. NVIDIA continuing its bounce higher. By the way, oh man, so NVIDIA, this continues to roll here. TRNR stopped right at that resistance point that we outlined and came all the way back in.
Yes, JJ, there is 81 trillion in the world. US is approximately half that. So there's a lot more. That's what I'm saying.
Archer, looks like Archer's ripping here, taking off, one might say.
Up 3% after a really nice bounce off that 690 area. Didn't exactly bounce off that level. We got as low as 664. That looks, I don't see any clear. Well, maybe that's a level from back in 2023. That would be the where I could draw that level from. But still looks like this. This has a ways to go to get back up to where it's looking bullish again, but I would think that the 50-day SMA right around 950 might give it some problems if it continues to move back up.
CTM, that one that we were just talking about, this did pop right out of the gate, but immediately got sold into. I would be skeptical of this name. I would be really skeptical of this name. Uber, by the way, continuing to move here, Izzy, so really good stuff. I am seeing puts get bought into this move higher here on Uber. And you know what? I mean, 13, you tell me, does this kind of look like a head and shoulders to you on the daily on Uber?
Let's see here. I
Yeah, I was kind of on the fence too about it.
I mean, it looks like, maybe a Head and Shoulders that was drawn by, a kindergartner, but
You're calling me a kindergartner?
no, because you didn't draw this.
Well, no, I mean, I actually drew on my chart.
Oh, no, I'm just talking about the price sector. So
Oh,
here's an interesting level. It's 63 looks like that could be the potential neckline, even though I don't feel good about calling it that. It's just really wonky. If anything, if you don't have a triple top here, I'm sorry, if you don't have a Head and Shoulders here, you could view this as some kind of a triple top with the middle kind of getting a little bit out of hand. I really don't know how I would classify this. It does look like it could be a Head and Shoulders, but it looks weird. It's certainly topping out from what I can tell. But let's put it this way: if it can't recapture this 20-day SMA, then I definitely think we're due back for another test of the 200 and maybe even the 50-day SMAs.
Okay. Izzy, appreciate you answering the question there. 75 was your target. I did see it print 75. Unsure if you got filled. Grats on that. If you did, though, that was a really good call. And by the way, TRNR came right back into the same area. Oh, come on. Came right back into the same area and is trying to bounce from that area here. Does not have the volume nor the strength that it did last time, at least not yet. NVVE here, this rejected at the VWAP. Looks like this doesn't have the strength yet.
We got a slow mover. That's it's not really moved up a whole lot, but so far it's shown only green candles out of the gate here. But you know what? I'm not going to bring it up because I don't think there's a trade here. What else do we got?
TMDX. This looks like this. So this popped on earnings, came all the way back in. Now it looks like it's trying to go again here. Transmedic Group shares trading higher after company reported better expected Q4 financial results and issued FY25 revenue guidance above estimates.
BTAI starting to get going here. This one just popped over 210, which was a support turn resistance area in the pre-market.
Mm-hmm. This looks like this is trying to go back to the VWAP here.
Yeah, it seems like we might get somewhere between 225, 230, where resistance might start to kick in. And if it breaks through that, then I think that there's another visit of the pre-market highs, or somewhere around there, 270s, 275. We could see that area again. That's if we do break above the 225 area, I think. TRNR, this thing looks like it's going to go lower. Trying to come back test the neckline now, and if it doesn't recapture it, then it's going to lose the 65 EMA and probably come down to about somewhere in the 160s, I would say.
Signet Jewelers having a nice day, plus 14.5% here. Wisdom saying, Ryan, I got my Man in Tights 80-inch painting this week. Thank you, producer. Wisdom, that's great. I really hope that you get the help that you need.
Do I need to ask any questions about that, or should we just move on?
No, you were present for this. You obviously forgot about it, so it's my hope that most others did as well.
Yeah, some things that I don't remember, I'm glad I don't.
Yep.
Anyway, BTAI, this pushing up. So let's see if we can get to that 225 area. There's a lot of sellers around the 230s.
BTA. Oh, God, I love our group. I love our group so much. BTAI, this actually looks like one of the stronger ones here. Some of these other ones really kind of break it down. Soundhound actually looking pretty good here. Some of these, I feel like if these really bounce, some of these Momo names that just went crazy and have really come back in, I almost think, like, for example, Soundhound here, I think if we bounce back to some of these teens, I almost think that there's a potential short here, because I suspect that this is going to continue to show some weakness.
Well, 1015 is one such level I have in Soundhound, and we just barely tapped that. I think we got to 1010, so not quite up to the level I had marked off.
Your EIX might be confirming a bounce here on the daily.
Is that finally breaking above the 53 handle?
It is.
All right.
54.30 here today. EIX up 5.7%.
Okay, so we were talking about when does this thing reverse, and I was looking at a break over 53. and a close above that in order to start confirming recapture. I would want to see it hold, for a few days following this move over 53. But so far, this looks like it's starting to turn around here. Would be concerned about the 55.30 level. That was a previous support turn resistance area when we bounced off of it in January 13th.
TZA, I'll tell you what, folks. This is why we're going to call him Money Matt Maley, or Matt Money Maley from now on, because he just doesn't miss. His TZA call here, those were 14.5 calls that he also called an add-on. This thing went into the money yesterday and then extended here today. Just, I'm already out of this one, made money on all those sales there. Thank you, Matt. If you guys took this, be sure to thank him on Monday. I'll go ahead and shout that out. Actually, let me make a note to shout that out too.
Hey, Steve-O, well done, man. I'm glad you had your first green day here. Perfect. Let's raise our glasses and to you getting more.
Here, Steve. Here. Izzy screaming that Disney is on fire. Izzy, that was a great trade there on Uber right out of the gate. For those of you that are aggressive out of the gate here, again, I'm kind of taking a laid back approach here. Here's Disney. Now, the area here on Disney, 113. This area in here, let's just call it 113 to maybe 113.30. This area at this point now, double top. Disney looking like it's going to go after this. We'll see if it can.
You look at the daily chart on Disney, and you see the past 2 days, we have tried to get above and close over for 113 and have not been able to. So I would think that if we print above 113 and then it comes back in and closes beneath that, that would be bearish to me. I would think that after 3 attempts of being unable to get above or to close above 113 despite having traded above it, that would give us a row of upper shadows.
Yep.
And I think we may end up coming back down closer to the 20-day and 50-day SMAs following that price action. So,
all right, Jacob Bear, the bear down, baby. SQQQ calls also a cash cow in Money Matt's chat room this week too, folks. This is why we bring the dude on. He is lights out. He's been doing this for a long time. We're lucky to have him have a service here at BZ. Again, be sure to check it out. Call Rodrigo if you need some help. We're going to keep bringing him on. I'm going to keep bringing you trades. We're going to keep printing. Hopefully nobody's offended at that.
Who gets offended at making money?
I'm obviously joking around here.
So am I.
Microsoft, Big B's, you were mentioning this one. This continuing to break down here now. You know, we had outlined Microsoft as having a pretty decent support here around 400. We're actually now testing this 387 area. This is pretty close to lining up with another previous high back from the beginning of December.
I got to apologize. We were talking about Rocket Lab and Lunar and didn't even mention that SpaceX has another Starship test flight this afternoon.
And actually, I think, didn't we have hang on a sec here. I might have something for you on that.
Still planning to go to see one of these test flights over the summer.
Here you go. Oh man, keep me posted on that. Maybe I can meet you for that. I'd probably have to do the show on my laptop from Texas, but that's doable. Keep me posted on that. Anyway, here's the article here on Starship. Went ahead and threw this in the chat. So if you want to prepare for that or if you're following this, here you go.
Oh, rocket companies. So they also reported earnings too, right?
Yes, they did. They did well because I've been paying my mortgage early and paying towards the principal every time. Did it this morning again.
Oh, yeah, I do the same thing. Absolutely.
Every time.
Okay, so I remember when this thing was just such a great short and it had huge short interest, still pretty high short interest, 14.5% with 7 days to cover.
Mm-hmm. All right, 13, I'm gonna step away for just 1 sec. I'll leave Rocket on screen. BRB.
No worries. Let's see here with Rocket before I go back to BTAI, which is trying to push up again. This one looks like it's trying to get over a trend line that I've drawn here that goes back to November of 2023. Trying to beeline for this 200-day SMA. That is going to be at 1511. There's also a consolidation channel that we're about to trade up into. So looking like we might come up into an area of resistance once we get to $15 should we continue to trade up. But if we start losing this trend line that I have here, and unfortunately I can't show that to you at the moment, but it if you want to draw it at home, you can start with the low from February of 2024, draw it through the low of April of 2024, and just keep that going until you come up to today. You'll see that we're trying to hold above that trend line. BTAI at the highs of the session, but still beneath the, just broke through it, still beneath the pre-market highs. We're looking for 273 or higher in that. Still coming up, but we're moving into the consolidation from the pre-market. So could see some resistance in this area. Don't exactly have a particular level of this for the pre-market resistance, but it's that whole consolidation area that could provide resistance anywhere in there. But if we break through that, I think we take out 273 pretty quick.
Which one is that on?
I was just mentioning BTAI.
BTAI, yeah. Right to that VWAP. Nasty pull that kind of shook some of that out. Eventually, we did go to the VWAP on the biggest volume stick of the day, too. TRNR, by the way, might be done.
Let's see. It's having a hard time, and it keeps hammering the 65 EMA on the 5 minutes. So I'm there with you. I feel like this is just delaying the inevitable. I feel like a breakdown could be coming here. Just don't know how long until it happens. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe now. We'll see.
Okay.
Tom, that's a great question. I have not seen any measles outbreaks in my area, but my understanding is that most of that is kind of, for the most part, localized to the western end of Texas. Where we meet with the New Mexico border. So the answer to that is no. I'm not seeing it quite yet, but it's something that I'm paying attention to because obviously I have children, and they're little disease carrying mongrels. Those kids.
Mongrels. Didn't think I was going to have that on the deck today, but here we go.
Anyway, yeah. So I'm definitely keeping an eye on that. So I appreciate the question.
Lyft, Izzy saying, Ryan, Lyft, please. Lyft, remember, we had that terrible earnings report that really blasted Lyft. Don't forget, prior to that earnings report, we saw ridiculous sized call spread bought in Lyft for April. I actually took the bottom end of those calls. I'm still in them, and miraculously, they're not totally dead. Would have thought after that earnings print they'd literally be zero bid. Not the case. I guess they're pretty much down there. Those were the 20 calls for April. We would need some type of huge event here for that to be worth it. But Lyft here trading higher. I know that you follow Uber very, very closely. What do you make of this Lyft move here? Plus 4.2% here today on Lyft. And actually, we did have the a director selling some shares. That was yesterday. No fresh news here today. I've actually seen several insider sales.
There we go. TRNR finally getting that resolution of the of the Head and Shoulders. So I think I'd be happy with this coming down to 160, just like that, and that would be the whole resolution. So from here, it can do whatever the hell it wants.
Judge, take care of yourself. Have a good day. By the way, Riley, back on here. Back on today. This is amazing. The pop yesterday, we basically gave everything back over the course of the day and then also in the after hours. Now we're trying to pop here again today. You folks let me know if you trust that move. I certainly don't.
I'm looking at Lyft on the daily chart, and I've got to wonder, this can't be a great feeling, seeing how hard this stock of a time the stock is having, trying to recapture and hold above the 200-day SMA for any meaningful period of time. Yeah, it's been above it since it broke down in December. It's been above it twice, in two separate maybe weeks, we'll just call it. You got the early January, and then the middle of this month has not been able to really hold above that for longer than a few days. I would need to see this close at least 3 days above the 200-day SMA before I would be comfortable going in this for the longer term. That's
Yeah, a couple of things here on lift regarding the chart that 13 just told you about. First of all, on the flip side of everything he just told you about, the same can be said just in the inverse for the 500 day, as this has provided extremely good support. Now, the one break that we did have above the 200 day, we actually had another day of continuation, 2 more days of continuation until the earnings report came out, and that basically threw cold water on the party. So we'll see if we can get above the 200 day. We would definitely need, like 13 said, we need multiple closes this time, not just one, not just two, but at least 3 closes in here to firm that up as a possible support. And also going to mention this one here, Sideshow Yak Shamash. You guys had a quick stop on the road, got on the video and caught BTAI for $400, and now I'm back on the road. Enjoy the weekend. Peace, bro. That's awesome. Very tactical. I'm just going to say this. I'm going to throw this out there. I'm glad you were not trading while driving. That's good. I'm glad that you specified that you got off the road. Be safe. Hands attended to.
That's so. He basically was like, "Oh, I'm just going to. I got a quick step. Oh, hey, make some money back on the road.
Pays for his gas.
That's the way to road trip, my man.
That is the way to road trip, indeed. Riley continuing to move here. ORGO. Looks like that lost the VWAP, retested it, couldn't break it. Here's your BTAI building and going above the VWAP.
We're right in that consolidation now from the pre-market here. So, this is the area that I was cautioning about. We could see some pulling in here, but I still would like to see that the 270, 275 get taken out. This one looks like it's one of the best movers off the recovery after it sold off in the pre-market. This is really nice reversal action. I would like to see more. Just don't know how much more we're going to get, but if it does get above 275, I'll start throwing out some more levels that we can look for some more upside targets.
VIX got whacked here. VIX popped to 22, but got whacked back down here to 20. VIX has actually been kind of muted. We did actually have in happy hour yesterday. If you're here, shout out to you. Richard was mentioning that they saw some pretty huge VIX prints in the option market yesterday. This is ticker VIX in the, what was that? It was the 42.5, I believe. So in the April chain for ticker VIX, you've got some pretty substantial open interest, 39, 40, and 42. There was 150,000 contracts traded yesterday at the 42.5 strike for April. Today, it actually looks like there's 20,000 in the 47.5 strike.
Crocodile done me. Was that dinner? Sorry, I didn't know you were done.
You're good.
Where Danny Gray asking, where do we think NVIDIA would be at next Friday?
Oh, that is very specific. Put your TA hat on for that one. Let's do it. Well, let's make a call. F it. We'll do it live.
All right, let's see here.
All right, so you're asking specifically. Here we go. I'll start here. Danny, you're asking specifically, where do you think NVIDIA would be next Friday? All right, so we're looking for today's candle to close, then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say we hold this area here. I'm going to say we get a little bit of a bounce. We trade back up to the 200-day. And then we kind of roll over here. So I'm going to say, let's put it Friday, March 7th. Danny, I think we're going to be $122 on NVIDIA on Friday. Write it down. I'm going to see. There's no way I'm going to be right, but let me put this down here. 122. That the date on that is going to be Friday, March 7th. NVDA 122, Friday, March 7th. Let's see where we go. That's my call.
Yeah, I'm still I'm still liking a rebound here. Today particularly, trying to recapture the trend line I had you draw the other day. I don't think that we're going to recapture the 200-day SMA. It's not something I think is going to happen by next Friday. I still think that this could end up going lower if we do get that mid channel or the 200-day SMA back test if it happens. I just don't know exactly how long that's going to take to unfold. So my guess would probably have to be that we don't. We're probably going to be not too far away from where we are right now if we do get some bulls to come back in and lift this thing back up, only to have the sellers step in and take it back down and possibly even lower. So I would probably say maybe 117 to 118. That'd be my guess. I just don't know, because I don't think there's no certainty on where that's going to go. I just think the only thing that I think is certain for me is just the potential price action that could happen here. And I say potential and certainty like they're like they're not the same. They're like the same thing or something, but they're not. I just think that we are going to get a bit of a bear flag pattern out of this move down that we had yesterday, and the way those resolve is lower. So I just don't know exactly how many days it's going to take for that to unfold. And so I would just think that 117 is going to continue to be in play next week.
Okay. All right. Next, good stuff there, 13. Let me know, Danny, if that's sufficient, and be sure to write it down so you can tell us how wrong we are when we get there.
Yeah.
and the numbers are wrong. Glenn here saying, Ryan, please pick the lotto numbers. Lion saying,
Exactly.
Ryan, I need 6 numbers for Powerball. Here you go.
Yep.
You want the winning Powerball numbers? Here you go. 3, 33, 39, 42, 69, and the Powerball is going to be lucky 17. There you go.
And if he's right, he gets a cut.
Well, of course. I mean,
Soundhound, by the way, that has pushed up over that 10-15 area, looking for 1085 next. We got 1079 in the after hours yesterday, so not out of the realm of possibility there. BTAI, that whole consolidation area that had me nervous. Looks like we got as high as 250. 249 was as high as we got before we reversed and completely engulfed the previous candle on the 5-minute chart. Now beneath the VWAP.
NBIS here starting to trade up as well. So it looks like some of the higher quality AI names are actually starting to find some footing, at least for today. NVIDIA here, obviously leader of the group. This now finally pushing higher, going back, trying to make a red-green move here. That would be great on NVIDIA. The Qs have already been pretty good. They've already made their red-green move here today. Again, we really want to see if this holds up for some more action, but NVIDIA not looking terrible there.
Yeah, and Christoph, well done on your trade, and you have a good weekend as well, sir.
Jamie, if I got both of those predictions perfect, you just have to follow the Seinfeld George Costanza method of you just have to go out on top. If I get both of those predictions correct, that's it for me. All right, folks, we'll see you later. They'll write books about those predictions, and I'll live off the royalties sitting on a beach earning 20%.
Oh, it's a great Die Hard reference.
Yes, sir. I had to weave to get a couple of things in there, but we did it.
It's a good thing I watch movies.
Me too.
OMI.
Only the good ones, though. They don't make anything good anymore.
Yeah, you're right. Pretty Panda mentioning OMI. This is blasting off. You are the prettiest panda. Absolutely. Good job. Great job mentioning this. I appreciate you bringing this up. Let's see where we can look for some levels here. Well, maybe 1120 could potentially be one. That seems like the most realistic level from here. And I say that because if you look at what happened on February 3rd, we had a huge drop. There's not a lot that I can draw on from that big drop down. So unless I kind of analyze it from the different levels intraday. But on a daily chart, I'd like the 1120 area. So that would be where I would anticipate this going. Don't know how long it's going to take, but that's just the next area of resistance that I see.
Izzy, nope, not today. We're playing patience here today. What I'd really like to see for a potential trigger for some of these shorter term trades, I don't feel great about anything for a swing or long term. I actually think we're coming in a little bit more in some of those, so I'm not keen on adding some of those. But as far as some of these shorter term trades, I really want to see if this market breadth continues to kind of firm up a little bit. So far, everything was red when we opened. So far now, the Russell has turned green. The NASDAQ has turned green. So I want to see if I can get some strength on my side, and then maybe I'll try and pop some into the weekend. But as 13 said earlier, in a week where things were kind of tough, I actually did all right. So I actually bucked my current trend. The last thing that I want to do is on the last day of the week, make a mess of everything, and then go into the week like I made go into the weekend like I made no progress. So I'm playing defense here today. One of the other things that we've noticed recently with some of the trading action, whether it's some of the bigger names or the smaller names, is that the morning has kind of been hit or miss. Either get one of those big pumps right out of the open, but then around that 10:30, 11, maybe even lunchtime hour, you start to get a change in sentiment. That's kind of what I'm waiting for here. Wiz says absolute trash today. I was trying to be a little bit nicer than that, but Wiz is no lies detected.
Oh, stop it. These stocks don't have feelings.
Well, I know, but I mean, I'm trying not to. I guess I'm trying to use less hyperbole unless we're, telling a joke or something like that.
Gotcha. TRNR. I'm not going to say that this is reversing, but it's starting to show signs that it wants to try and turn around. So we are down here getting some support from the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. I would need to see, the price move back up to 180 to feel good about trading this, because this pattern, this head and shoulders pattern, I think this is largely resolved. So I don't think that that pattern's going to, I don't think there's more bearishness ahead. We could see some more downside because nobody would want to be in this, and it could just trade lower. But for the purpose of the pattern, I think that's fully resolved. So this can do whatever it wants from here.
A lot of these tech names are starting to see some bullish flow here. NVIDIA did complete its red-green move here. I'm seeing NVIDIA, Tesla, again, another sweep here, NBIS, the 45 call there. So we are seeing tech actually pick up some buying interest here. Tesla, more call sweeps. AppLovin, more call sweeps. How's that doing? 327? This has actually been another really good trade. Shout out to Ben if you're out there. Ben and Lion, you guys were crushing this one. More call sweeps in some of these tech names here. Q's leading the way higher here. SPY, red to green move here. So things look like they're firming up. Let's make sure this is not a head fake, Izzy. And if it's not, then we'll start targeting some things here.
If Soundhound can take out the sellers at 1050, I think we might see our 1080 print. That's what it's looking like for me. Not in it though.
Yeah, I'm not in Soundhound either. Again, so this one here, I do think that this one is actually going to kind of set up for another down move. And I'm not trying to talk smack about the company, but if this thing gets to like 13, 15-ish in that area, I'd be looking for maybe a short side trade here, probably via puts. What's the implied volatility like on those? Yeah, they're all pretty high, 100 plus, and then obviously 300 in the ones that expire here today. Zero DTE.
Well, not seeing anything too interesting at the moment. Maybe BTAI tries to get back up here after that nasty pull, but just be careful with this one and all the others. Make sure
Tesla also doing pretty well here today.
Yeah, make sure Soundhound just took out that 1050 seller. Let's see if I can continue to push up here. Looks like they kind of broadened out their orders. 1055 now.
Lion, I'm just laughing at Lion, who's just ultra competitive, even with comrades, if you will. Lion, it's okay, man. We're all here to make money.
Yeah, everybody gets a participation trophy.
No,
I can't joke now. Come on.
No, you can. I'm just answering.
Okay. No.
Wisdom, take care of yourself.
Take care, Wisdom.
Ivan says, most of my long-term holds have turned green. When we were discussing in Happy Hour, Bitcoin at the highs. We were talking about which positions were green here. One of the things that has really kind of made for a decent week here, I'm actually diversified in my own holdings better than I have been in the past. I know I'm holding ONDS, and that has gotten absolutely smacked recently. That's been easily the biggest drawdown. But frankly, the dividend stocks, and big time shout out to Tim Melvin, who's given us a lot of those have maintained green, and obviously they're still paying you for holding it. But I had some pretty safe stuff in my portfolio that really has not been whacked. And as a result, the small scalps that I've been able to do, I've been more tactical this week. I've been able to really kind of keep that money in my pocket. And at the end of the week here, it's not terrible. So I've actually taken another, I kind of, less was more this week, at least for me. I don't know if that's the case for everyone else, but for me, less was more here.
Yeah, and as we were talking earlier this week about how we may be having a growth scare here with a lot of these growth names getting hit. That's gonna likely mean rotation into some of these more investment grade stocks and these dividend plays, something that's a little bit safer, that actually companies that have been around a while and have much stronger financial positions. Not that some of these growth names don't, but they're not value plays.
Yeah. And Buffalo by Bicycle saying value is holding up. Indeed,
Yes.
It is. And in fact, Tim Melvin and I just did a presentation on Tuesday about value stocks. I actually shared with the group. Maybe I'll share with you folks here. One of the new features coming to Pro. Let's do a little preview here. Shout out if you got something here, 13. But one of the things coming to Pro here pretty soon is going to be proprietary rankings for momentum, value, quality, and growth. And sure, you can put your own, value, for example. You can put your own parameters in there: price to sales, price to book, price to earnings to growth, price to earnings. There's a lot of stuff that you can use, but we've tried to simplify this here. This is actually available for all Pro subscribers right now if you go to the beta site. But there's a lot of good stuff in here. And we actually helped develop these ranking systems with Tim Melvin. It's one of the reasons you see him around so much. And this is a very, very easy way for scanning for things. In this case here, the example that I had is I was scanning for a little bit of everything, right? And I was able to narrow down the stock market from 7,000 stocks to 35 here, all of which have, in this case, it was quality and growth. But like, even if I change this, let's change this to 50, let's change quality to 50, and let's change value to like 85. All right, here we go. I've got 21 pretty good value stocks. Quick look across the board. Majority of these here are green today. Cal-Maine eggs on that list, interestingly enough, plus 2.5%. So, folks, again, just kind of mention it here. This stuff is coming. We're trying to make all of these tools even easier to use. Really, really exciting. Really, really exciting. Going to go back to my main workspace here, though.
Yeah, and we get a little bit of more move up with BTAI. This might be trying to push into the highs we made, where we got that consolidation resistance from the pre-market. If the volume continues to expand, we are going to break through that and test that 270 area that I was talking about earlier. So just keep an eye on the volume. It has to keep expanding, or else we're not going to be able to break through that consolidation area.
Okay.
There was another one that was moving as well, that was going up. Maybe ORGO. I don't know about that one. Soundhound, though, that one pushed up to 1069 and before it started to reverse. So not quite up to the 1080 we were looking for, but until it breaks down beneath 1015, I still think that there's a possibility this could move higher. We've seen this one move around quite a bit, but if you've already jumped into this one and you're trying to get to that 1080 area, just make sure you're raising your stops on the way up. Don't let your gains evaporate because you didn't raise your stops and it stopped you out or went beneath where your entry was. So continue to raise stops on days like this. This is if you get stopped out because you raise your stop, that might not be the way you want to trade. Then don't do it that way. But I just feel like that's the best way to go about making sure you lock in gains without hurting yourself.
Play defense, right? What's wrong with playing defense?
Yeah.
Soundhound, by the way, continuing here, the breadth that we were just talking about, everything has turned green here. So we will start looking for some plays here. Soundhound continuing. See what else we can find on the Twitter streets, folks. And then don't forget, that's the other thing I was going to mention. Don't forget, we've got Anne-Marie coming up today. So if you want to get some option play ideas, start getting those. Oh, and I should have slacked you this earlier, 13. I'm sorry, I did not. I think she's going to be a couple of minutes late here today. Would you mind hanging out with me for a few past 11? Okay, sweet.
No problem. No problem at all. All right, so there we go again with BTAI. Did not have the volume to get through that consolidation area, pushed it right back down beneath VWAP. One more reason why I say if you're trading these and you're raising your stops, you're protecting yourself while getting a little bit of gains. It's one such move there that is why I encourage raising stops on days like this particularly.
Mara here, the Bitcoin at the highs here. So this is clearly moving with Bitcoin. Mara doing its best to hold the support level. Mark Petrino outlined this here this morning. So far, so good. I would be kind of thinking of this as a short-term position. I would not be shocked if this ended up rolling over. Maybe not today, but eventually.
Yeah, you got Mara, CLSK also doing really well. Let's see how Riot's doing.
More calls bought into this NVIDIA move, by the way.
All right. Oh, Soundhound still pushing back up. Looks like it's going to make some new intra-session highs here. Still looking for that 1080 print. Big wall of sellers at 1075. They don't want you to get to 1080. See if these buyers take them out.
Here's your Hood chart. Who's trading Hood? Someone, Hans. Yeah, nice on Hood here.
Yeah, he was bringing it up. I think Lion was mentioning it.
Okay. Are we surprised that our chat is over what's moving here? I'm not.
Of course not. We got, like we said it earlier this week, we got really, really smart people in this.
Yeah,
chat.
we do.
All right, so CLSK putting in the Bitcoin stock names. Those are putting in some highs for the session. So that's looking pretty good. But just be careful. We still have that market breadth out there. ORGO moving over its VWAP. I still think this is a little bit less volume than I'd like to see. Coming up, I mean, you can draw a trend in line on this one based on the price action we've got this morning so far, and see that we are coming up to that trend line. Well, I don't know if we're going to break over this. We need to see a lot more volume expansion to break over it, and if it does, we could take out 575.
Okay, good stuff. Sorry about that. Had to answer a question there.
No problem. I mean, if you want to even pull up ORGO and draw the trend line, we're testing it right now.
Yeah, I see exactly. You don't even need to tell me. I see what it is.
Yeah, and we're just now starting to move over it. So we have to see the move here pretty soon. Otherwise, I think it comes right back in.
There you go on that trend line. Good stuff there on that. NVIDIA, by the way, continuing. So NVIDIA is continuing its push here. That should be pretty good. Bitcoin, more highs.
Now, where do you have the mid channel from your parallel channel there?
Let me go back to that. Yep, one sec.
I've got it at about 123 and change. We could call it like 123.30, I guess. But you tell me what you got.
This is going to be such a good call. 13. I can already feel it. I believe I said 125 earlier, but let me measure. Nope, I didn't. Hang on a second. 123.50 is what I had. 123.50.
All right, so I'm really curious to see what kind of price action we get up there in that area. And if
I'm going to mark that off in my broker. Now that you're mentioning this, I'm going to mark that off in my broker. 123.50. Where are you at? Because I'm definitely watching NVIDIA here. Oh, come on, dude. There we go. There we go.
I'm kind of gunning for ORGO to really push up and make some new highs, but the volume needs to be better than this. At least we've got this move over the trend line, so that's encouraging. But we need better volume than this to go higher. Perfect. Soundhound actually 1079 is the current high, so just on the doorstep of the 1080 I've been looking for. Probably end up getting a little bit more than that. I don't know if we break through. There's 1080. Perfect. So if we move over and start closing over 1080, 1085, my next level to the upside is going to be 1245. Now. I don't have as much conviction about that level as I do the 1080 I was mentioning earlier. It's a bit of a ways to go, but I'm not going to say it's impossible. It's just make sure that if you're still trading Soundhound and you were in under $10, that you're at least raising your stops. Don't give everything away that you just got.
Folks, Palantir on the daily chart putting in a reversal candle here.
Uh-oh.
I mean, look, we talk about reversals. You talk about reversals. We bring Scott Redler on the Red Dog reversal. Mark just talked about reversals here this morning. We're constantly looking for reversal patterns. This candle here, I know it's early in the day, but so far this candle here on Palantir looks like a reversal candle. And like I was saying earlier, one of the things that I was looking for to trigger some shorter term trades here today was a flip in the breath, and we have got that. Tell you what, so far, NASDAQ, SPY, they're not showing signs of this bounce slowing. Someone earlier today had mentioned that they thought today was going to be kind of like a corrective, almost like a relief rally, I think was the term used. I'm sorry for not being able to remember whoever mentioned that. Please remind me. Someone mentioned that today feels like a relief rally. I'll be honest with you, with what we've seen right now, the little move lower here, kind of feels like that. One of the things that we had talked about yesterday, 13, is we were kind of thinking that we would love to see a gap down here this morning, and then the buyers kind of bring us back up if we were going to reverse. Remember that discussion yesterday? Well, we didn't actually get that because we were a little bit higher in the pre-market, but we got that flush out of the open and a turnaround. So I wonder if that's actually going to hold here. A lot of stuff kind of I'm not trying to chase any of this move. I want to see what's going on. Let me know if you guys have setups, because now I am interested.
Well,
how are we doing on those gene editors? Sorry, I got a lot of thoughts going on right now.
Just be careful. We're coming up to the 10:30 time stamp here, where we start to see the volume go away, because people are starting to or traders are starting to move away from their desks, starting to get ready for the lunch hour. We could see some market, some of these large names like the SPY and the Qs, they could start pulling as soon as that happens. But I don't want to predict how we're going to end the day. We could end up just reversing and going lower throughout the rest of the day, or we could just a brief pullback for the lunch hour, and then we continue to move higher. So I don't want to make any predictions about where we end up today, but just keep in mind of the different times when we're going to see traders step away and when they are going to come back.
Watch ORGO right here through 550 on a potential move. ORGO through 550. Watch this spot here. You're going to have to be quick.
While you're watching that,
we'll see if it gets above here. And real quick, one more thing. Captain Cloudy, while you were saying that, Captain Cloudy, I'm not so optimistic about this reversal. I feel you, especially when we have 5 straight days of the market getting pounded. Yeah, I can understand why you're skeptical. That's sometimes why when we have a bearish tape, we get these pretty extravagant bounces in that tape. Maybe that's what we're seeing here today.
Yeah, I still think there could be some more downside ahead, but because of how much we've sold off since hitting that new all-time high, we needed to see this. This was something that was going to happen.
Yeah, no question.
I just think it's like, I think to his point, I think this is going to be short-lived. Now, it could be short-lived today, or we might see its life end, sometime early next week. Because we could see a bear flag form over the course of a few days, several days. So if this bounce isn't going to materialize into recapturing, like, let's say, the 50-day SMA, I don't think that we're going to really go much higher than 590. That'd be my guess.
ORGO, sorry to interrupt, pulling back to the VWAP here. Let's see this, that we did not have the strength to go higher. We actually have another lower high now here. So we were unable to take that spot out here. So far, we're holding the VWAP. Right. The volume's actually kind of contracting. We get this nice little increase here. It's starting to contract here, though. ORGO failed that breakout there. What is market relief rally? Says Bernhard. Here, we can actually show you exactly what I mean. So we take a look here at the chart of the SPY. By the way, that ORGO did actually lose that VWAP there. That lower high really did kind of show that we weren't breaking out. Bernhard, here you go for the, you're asking what the relief rally is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row, SPY ended up closing lower. Lots of selling volume in here. RSI moving from the higher end of the range to the lower end of the range. This today representing a relief rally, just seller exhaustion. There's been so much so quickly, it wouldn't be a shock if maybe some buying stepped in here. What's going to be important about this is, where does this candle stop? Because like right now, we actually just had Mark talk about engulfing candles earlier today. Right now, this does just kind of look like a bounce, maybe off that 5% pullback level. 13, guess what? NVIDIA right at that spot here now.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to go to Diamond Hotline's question. He's asking, please check resistance or support here on PLTR. If I look at a 5-minute chart, we are two things are happening right now. We've just hit the 200 EMA, and we're also running into a bunch of this consolidation from the after hours yesterday. So this is an interesting area where if we don't have enough volume, we could easily turn around and start heading back down to the low 83s. But if the volume continues to push up through here, then I would think that we don't run into resistance until probably about somewhere between 86 to 86.25 would be my next spot for resistance. But really good spot here on this being a potential area of resistance where we could see reversal.
Okay, there you go on Palantir. By the way, ORGO didn't break down trying to recapture that VWAP, and NVIDIA is right at 123.50 right now. Literally right there. Let's see what happens with this spot here. And again, I'm sorry about the drawings here. Let me see if I can hide them temporarily and make it easier to see. Here you go, 123.52. See if we stop here. Remember, it's the 123.50 level that 13 gave us.
Make sure it's known that I'm the one that gave it.
Well, no, but they've been so good. They've been so good. I think this is. We'll see if this holds here. There's some flirting around this level.
There is some flirting. You look at a smaller time frame, you could see that. Oh yeah, maybe this does have a little bit of room up to now. Maybe 124.50. But I still like that mid channel. And I see that we are trying to push up through that. We actually are trading a little bit over it, but. I don't know that we're going to necessarily see it, a close over that. I mean, look at the RSI on the 5 minute. This is really extended here. We could reverse it pretty soon. But yeah, we are right at that area. So let's see if this holds up. It's starting to come back in a little bit now.
13. I mean, dude, this stopped at your level. Like that is, it might still go through it, but that is still a pretty good level.
Yeah, but look a little bit more to the left, and you'll see where I'm also looking for areas where it could run up to, but also get rejected at.
Right here, this 57.67 area. Yeah.
Yeah, or 124.50. So if you right there. See from all the way to the left there, all the way to the left, even further left. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that those are all areas where I'm looking for resistance.
Okay.
But the big thing is we don't close over that mid channel. If we do, then we might get some more upside next week.
Okay.
If we don't, I think we come back in. Or maybe we even try testing it again. But that's the mid channel of that parallel channel that you have, I think is a very important area to watch for.
Okay, let's see. It's still using that as resistance, pretty good. Still seeing Tesla calls come in here too.
Short squeeze or rebound in what stock? Just the broader market, is he? Because if it's the broader market, this is a rebound off of selling up for what is it, 5 straight days? Hold on, let me double check and make sure I've got the correct number of days that we've been red since hitting the new all-time high.
ESGL, guys, real quick, sorry to interrupt while you look that up. ESGL 169, 170 here. Possible breakout spot. Intraday double top here on the 5 and the 1 minute. We're doing a good job holding through VWAP. I actually might trade this one on a breakthrough there. We'll see.
Yeah, so 6 straight days. Yesterday was the 6th day, and most of those days we opened lower, with the exception of the last 2 days. But man, we've really come in quite hard after hitting the all-time high. And when we did, the RSI was down under 35, which isn't, super low, but it was low enough to the point where the market was like, this is a pretty good spot to start picking up. And we got pretty close to the 5% pullback level. So I think that's, those, considering those factors, that we're seeing this attempt to try and reverse the market and move back up. Don't know how successful that's going to be. I have my doubts.
Real quick here. See, 13. It wasn't just me. Chris here. Chris Berg saying nice reversal, 123.5 call. So we weren't trying to salt you up. We weren't trying to put you on the spot. That was a great call. So far, NVIDIA flat out rejected at that spot. If you were day trading that spot is crispy. By the way, this guy is saying the difference between a relief rally versus a dead cat bounce. I actually use those interchangeably. The same conditions set those up, right? Oversold or just a lot of selling in a row results then in the reversal. Tech buy side saying close on the lows. NVIDIA I think Nvidia closes on the lows down here at 118. That would actually make this a really decent short level. ESGL, by the way, unable to get back to that double top here. We'll see 170, that high print.
I guess when it comes to like the difference between a dead cat bounce and a relief rally, I think it just, a lot of it has to do with sentiment. If the market's pretty much in a agreeing that this is a really big sell off in a short period of time, then you may get some relief where it comes back up and tries to at least get halfway through what was lost. But a dead cat bounce, I think when that's more in the market is still pretty bearish, and it's the expectation is that it's going to go lower, but because of how low the RSI and how much was how big the move down was in a short period of time, I think it's just really depends on the conditions that dictate whether or not it's a dead cat bounce or a relief rally. But to your point, Ryan, they can be used interchangeably because you could see it being one thing, and then later on be like, that was more of a dead cat bounce. So they're almost one and the same, but there are some, like, I guess, minute differences.
Rally actually seemed to stop across the board there. This is one of the reasons we didn't want to get too overexcited about that.
It's the the 1030.
Yeah,
we got
that, and that's to be expected. We're okay with that.
We got that right at the same time Nvidia was hitting that level,
yeah.
and the RSI was extended. So they had a lot of great things happening all at once, to where it was like, oh, okay, well, this makes sense for it to turn around here. Now, it might come back in and find some support down around 121, where we were consolidating in the after hours and in the pre-market before we went lower. So that's an area to watch for the price to get some support and potentially start trading back up again.
This PEPG that we traded before, this actually was not a bad move through this 255 area. This was after hours support, intraday high yesterday, and then pre-market resistance here. This actually is a pretty good move through that. Didn't have this one on the scanner. Still watching ESGL here.
ORGO not quite finished.
ORGO?
Mm-hmm.
It took that trend line. Well, here's the thing. So, well, I wonder now, because I was saying, see, so let's see. We have two trend lines here. Let's see if any of these hold. It did break that initial one. We'll see if it breaks the second one here too. Top 10 saying crazy high implied volatility on the SPY for the 0 DTE. Isn't that normal? I mean, I'm looking at SoundHound here. It's the same deal, right? 120, 140, 120, but then the 0 DTEs are 306. You're seeing the same thing with the SPY, right? Let's pull that up here. Yeah, it's double. That makes sense with the 0 DTE. I don't know if there's anything notable there.
JJ, for me, the volume is not, really impressing me at all here. And this could come right back beneath VWAP. We do have some EMAs that are trying to cross over VWAP, and we're only going to get those crossings if the price continues to remain above VWAP. But we're so close to losing it that I'm really starting to think that this, unless we start getting a volume expansion, that this is going to just come back in and go lower. At this point, it really is going to be dependent on the kind of volume that we're getting. So that's what I would be focused on if I'm trading ORGO, is just watch for volume expansion. Right now, the volume just keeps getting less and less and less. And I just have the sense that when we start seeing that there's going to be even further downside. So this is just one more reason to keep making sure that you're raising your stops to the point where you're not losing this or giving anything back.
And so here's the thing: you got a nice 5-minute coil pattern here on ORGO. And to 13's point, if all of a sudden that volume starts to step in and that's buying volume, this is going to break out of this coil, and you're likely going to challenge that area higher here. Yeah. So we'll see. Gary mentioning PEPG has a $20 price target. Wow, 10x price target from Tip Ranks. How about that? Stock up 14% here on the back of that. Okay, interesting. Appreciate you.
All right, so Nvidia still kind of coming in. Watch for some support to kick in around 121. That's kind of where I'm. And it could kick in a little bit earlier because that consolidation starts already above where we are at. But I would kind of be looking at the middle of that consolidation, and that's about where 121 is. So I think we might see some support. And I don't know if it's going to reverse and go higher, but the selling that we're experiencing right now might begin to slow. I just don't know if we're going to lose that 121 area, if we're going to reverse. So that's an area where I would be interested in watching to see what happens with the volume.
Lion here saying it's the 1030 indicator.
Yeah.
You might as well sell everything there, not just the junk names. What did I miss here? Oh, Chris, you were talking about NVIDIA here. Watching NVIDIA come in looking for support at 120-ish for a re-entry. Was in this morning at 188.50. I think you mean 118.50, right? So 118.50 is right in here. Was that the VWAP cross that you were basically buying there? Out 122. That's what? 118 to 122. That's almost 4 full points there with size. That's a great day trade here. Well, let me know what the entry trigger was. I think you mean 118.5. Let me know what the entry trigger was. Was it in fact that VWAP hold or cross that triggered that buy order? Because that's a really good trade, dude. In fact, Amazon looking good. VIX bounced off 20. I know you versus you were mentioning that.
I don't want to say I see what he's talking about, but that was a resistance turned support area, that 118.50. I see several areas where he may have entered, but I would guess that it was on the back test after breaking over it earlier this morning. Look at the ENVB finally coming back up to VWAP. Don't know how much we're going to get out of this one. If it gets back up there, it could pull right back down.
This volume would not have been good enough to trigger a trade there. I'm looking at this in hindsight saying that's good, but in practice, even if I was watching it, I wouldn't have traded that. Chris here saying, yes, VWAP, hold, and cross. Awesome.
Excellent. Well done.
Yeah, really good stuff.
You're going to go into this weekend just fine.
TRNR coming up to that 65 EMA on the 5.
Do not hold for next week. That could be said about a lot of these junky names. Just don't. These are just day trades. We're trying to capture the movement. They're moving on catalysts. They could absolutely dry up the following day. Sometimes they have continuation. Most times they don't. These are day trades, folks. We do not want to hold a lot of these.
Yeah. By the way, folks, Kava. If we take a look at Kava here, obviously this Mediterranean restaurant IPO down here at 35 went to 170 plus. I mean, look, I like hummus as much as the next guy, but come on. Now, this stock's really kind of come in. We broke the 200-day. 13, you were the one that gave me this downtrend that we broke pretty substantially too. This also, to me, feels like a relief rally. So this would be, as far as a trade goes here, and I am watching this one, as far as a trade goes here, I'd be looking for this to maybe trade up a little bit closer to 100, which was a previous triple top that we broke out of before maybe resuming some lower. Resuming lower here. If you take a look at the RSI, we were totally oversold. In fact, even with today's rally, we're still in oversold territory. So I wouldn't necessarily be shocked to see this maybe trade up to 100. But I think that my call here is I think if we do test that area, I think this actually could represent a decent area to reshort here. Also, Kava Group shares trading higher after Piper Sandler upgraded its rating on the stock to overweight, despite lowering its price target from 142 to 115.
Still think that price target is generous.
Me too. Very generous.
You versus you. That's a great piece of information that we need to keep our eye on for TRNR. We could see some movement next month with that stock once they do the reverse split. That's great information. Appreciate that. Crocodile Dumb Me made $500 on NVNI on the move. I don't think we looked at that one today, but hey, well done, sir.
NVE. Yep. NVNI, you were saying?
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He traded.
Yeah, look at this move. Nice expanding volume. This is what we were looking for.
Perfect. Well done. Well, keep an eye on SoundHound. I don't know that this is necessarily done, but I have doubts about this going too much higher. It is trying to come back up and get to that 1080 level and move above it. We did put in a high print of 1094. But this is looking like this could end up going lower. So be careful here with this one if you're still trying to trade this.
NVIDIA came back in. It's trying to, but here, let me actually put this on screen because this would be something else to watch here. So NVIDIA is trying to bounce. I was just going to say, be careful if we set a lower high here. Who was that said NVIDIA close on the lows? Who was that? And was
it might have been Lion.
No, because it was tech buy side. It said close on the lows, and gotcha. I couldn't remember. I think I asked, what were you referring to? Were you referring to NVIDIA? Because it would be interesting to see if this actually gets rejected and moves back down.
That is some nice movement in Archer. Izzy, price target 13.
Archer was strong this morning.
Okay, so. I think 885 might be a level to watch for, but for me on the daily chart, I would be paying attention to the 20 and 50-day SMAs. Those are currently at 923 and 948. So with those in mind, I would say maybe a price target of 950 before we really start to see some weakness if we don't see it earlier. And we could get that to kick in as early as 850. I'm sorry, 865. Sorry, we were already over 850. 865 would be my next area where we could start to see resistance kick in. So if you want to draw a line there on a daily chart, you'll probably see what I'm seeing.
Here, which ticker? Sorry,
this is ACHR.
Archer.
Mm-hmm. So
where am I drawing the line? A horizontal price level?
Horizontal price level at 865 on the daily. So you can see that we're just about to come up to that, and you can see how that has been a previous support and resistance level. There you go.
There you go.
Okay. But I really did. I really do like Archer as a company. I don't hold it anymore because my whole thing was just buying it, as much as I could under 3 and averaging in, maybe trading a little bit around it when we had some of those movements in 2023 and in 2024. But the big move I was waiting for that happened late last year in November, took us up to the to over the SPAC price. So really great stuff in Archer. I don't hold this anymore. Maybe one day I will.
NVIDIA, we did set that higher low. We did set that higher low.
Maybe Lion. I don't know that. I mean, that's one thing to absolutely watch for, though, is whenever the Pelosi's decide to wrap this up and get out of NVIDIA. Maybe then we really start to see an acceleration to the downside in that stock.
Strategy trying to bounce as well, but that also just kind of feels like a relief rally. I don't necessarily trust this bounce here. MSTR.
Wasn't Mullen just recently $5? Yeah, I had a big move this week and probably gave it most of it, or if not all of it back, didn't it?
It had a split, didn't it?
I don't remember the news. All I know is that this thing is junk and I don't trade it.
Okay. Well, that's accurate here. February 18th, we did a 1 for 60, and it's been down ever since. Man, that is such a piece of garbage. Good Lord.
Well, lots of sideways action or nothing. Maybe
Wolf, by the way, WULF, $200 million buyback program here. This 4+.
That's what's going to take to continue to lift these names up. Them buying their own stock.
SPY, by the way, might be trying to break higher here on SPY, which is interesting because NVIDIA now is coiling. Here's your SPY chart. We'll see if that can get above the recent highs there.
Yeah, let's see. Where do we want to kind of peg where SPY goes? Well, let's see what happens once it gets to 589. Maybe it starts to slow down there. Maybe it finds resistance at 589.50. My next previous all-time high level from here is going to be 591.93. Don't necessarily know that we'll get there today. We could, But that was being used as support before yesterday when we absolutely fell right through it. And you can look at the intraday chart and see just how well that was holding up the price, especially the day before. Bounced right off that area. SPY puts being bought right now. Uh-oh.
I took my eyes off. Oh, you know what? I don't have ETFs turned on. I only have individual names on here. Intel, by the way, nice little rip off the bottom. Shout out to our high beta squawk. Multiple winners here today. Intel was one of them. BTAI was one of them, but we traded that one here. Some of the other winners here today off that additional squawk. Oatly, the stock made a nice little move here, although it's given some of it up. And ALGM, another one here. This was a nice pop on volume. So shout out to our squawk team here. Charlie's the best in the biz. High beta squawk gets it done. Multiple winning calls here today.
Palantir coming back down a little bit after just barely hitting 84.50. I think it just was right beneath it, 84.49. Still would like to see it try and test the 50-day SMA, but we can wish in one hand and do a whole bunch of stuff with the other. See which one fills up first.
Tell you what, definitely some strength in the names that were sold down quite a bit. Oh, by the way, we were talking earlier about dividend stocks. Here's GMRE. I don't know. We only talked about this, I think, once or twice here, but this was a Tim Melvin pick, Global Medical REIT. They actually reported earnings here today, popped almost 5%. So this stock does pay a pretty nice dividend. Let's see. Do we get a raise here?
I've owned that one for years.
Yeah.
That thing is amazing.
Yep, sure is.
And we could see a return to rates. We could see a return to rates. So,
yep, dividend stocks could outperform if the market continues to show some weakness here. By the way, GMRE, as far as that dividend, 9.58% yield on that per quarter. I own this too.
Let's see here. I'm trying to see what I'm being asked about Palantir on the 15-minute. It's kind of just moving along with the consolidation that we got in the pre-market. So if we're going down, we would have to start to lose the I would say the 83.60 level, which we're about down to right now. We start getting these 15-minute candles closing beneath that. I think that's going to be a bad sign. At the same time, it does look like it's trying to set up to push higher. And if we get that, I don't know that I think it would go higher than the 85.30 or 86.30. I would be looking at those two levels on the 15-minute as a potential resistance areas if we do push up higher from here. All right, so doesn't look like anything's really happening right now in a lot of stuff. Maybe OMI tries to get back and up to the 938 level. It's starting to curl a little bit, but the volume is not great. That's just kind of kind of the thing right now. Is volume does not look great in a lot of these. So the resolution of some of these things that we're expecting, we may not end up getting. The market should close at 10:30. Well, that wouldn't be very fun.
No, that would not be.
This show would be short. It would be shorter. We don't want that.
Plus, I like when stuff kind of shakes out over the afternoon and I get a different picture, right? Mm-hmm. I like when the sentiment kind of shifts.
Yep. You can get two different markets or multiple different markets in one day, just on a dime, depending on what the news tells us. Now, here comes ENVB. I think this might be the move that tries to take it to 275, maybe even VWAP.
Do we finally get to VWAP? There is the question.
Well, if we do, I don't think it would stay up there for very long. The volume is not great in this one either, but it just has that setup to try and push up to VWAP and then come right back in.
So look at this ORGO. We did get above this trend line, but it's using the same trend down.
Yeah. Now it's
technically above, but it's like, well, come on now.
We didn't get any meaningful break out of that.
No, we didn't.
It kind of just moved over it and then just said, I'm going to go skiing, and it went down the ski slope. AREC just blew past VWAP, a bounce incoming. So I'm assuming you're talking to blowing past VWAP to the downside. Let's see here what I got. Was another penny stock. Look, no, this just blew beyond VWAP to the upside.
Which one?
This is AREC, is the penny stock.
AREC, okay.
Yeah, that Ramon just mentioned to us. This is actually what we wanted to see out of ORGO, where it broke over this trend. This trend line that it was putting in the pre-market, and the past couple of 5-minute candles shows that breakout. So this is more along the lines of what we wanted to see with ORGO. Volume, better than it was earlier this morning, but not really, taking off like we want to see. So maybe it gets to 72 cents. I really don't know how high this penny stock can move. I would say I would say maybe 69 to 72 would be a good.
Look at what happened the last time. It gets these volume pumps. It goes to the high. It pulls off that spot, and this was right at VWAP. I mean, Good luck. Good luck. Real quick, Webcoin saying not a lot of follow through in this market. No, and indeed, one of the things that we've seen is that instead of dips getting bought, rallies are getting sold, and that's pretty consistent across the board. Good morning, Jay. Great to see you here. A little late for you, but good to see you. Did someone say Mullen? LOL. Yeah, your ears must have been burning, boss. We were actually talking about Mullen. We were laughing it up here. The gift that keeps on giving. My goodness, you want to talk about how is this legal? How do these people not go to jail? I'm not a huge fan of calling for people to go to jail, but what in the hell is going on with this one?
Well, it's because you can do unlimited reverse splits. It is what it is. So until they start, making some kind of new rule where you can only have a certain number of reverse splits before you're delisted, which, let's face it, NASDAQ's not going to just say no to money.
Yeah. No.
That's just the nature of these beasts.
Riley did finally break that. How about that? Yep. Take care of yourself, Kevin. Good stuff. Kevin tweets stuff. Kevin's always active. Kevin tweets stuff over the weekend. So like sometimes I'll literally just be doing like my weekend thing and I'll check my Twitter feed and I'll be like, oh, here's a news story that I missed and it's Kevin. I'm like, sweet. I'll take that. Keep it up, Kev.
Soundhound, looks like this could end up going lower. MACD's showing this is likely headed back down towards VWAP. ORGO still taking the ski slope down. This ain't no bunny hill. BTAI. This might try it to one more attempt at 250. I don't know if it's going to break over and hold that, but because that's the consolidation area from the pre-market. If it does, then we're likely to see 270, 275, but otherwise, I just think it's going to come right back in. And if this particular attempt, doesn't materialize in new or doesn't result in newer highs, I think we could even lose VWAP on the way down.
Sorry, I'm handling something here for work. Give me one sec.
Hey, you get her done.
And we got Anne Marie here, so we should be good to go.
All right. So here comes that move in ENVB, albeit very slow, trying to get over this 270 wall on the way up to test VWAP. And then I think this thing, I don't want to make the prediction that it's just going to turn around and be done for the day. If the volume expands and blasts through VWAP, maybe this goes even higher. But I would be, raising my stops and selling into that strength.
Okay. 13, any closing words here for the group before we move over to Anne Marie for the day?
Folks, I love the discipline y'all showed us here today and this week. You hold on to those gains. Don't give them back. And we'll do some more of this next week. We have more volatility coming, I'm sure. For the time being, get those options ideas ready because here comes Anne Marie. She's wonderful. Enjoy the rest of your day, the rest of your weekend, and I'll see you all on Monday. Take care, folks.
All right. Good stuff here, 13. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you next week. 13's departure leaves room for Anne-Marie. Let's check in with her and see how she's doing. Anne-Marie, happy Friday. How are you doing?
Great. I took my Dramamine, so I'm ready.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. What would
These
you want to
markets are
share your
crazy.
screen? They are
Oh, yeah,
indeed
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
You want to go ahead and share your screen here and we can load it up. I don't have, no one suggested tickers. I'm sure we can come up with them, but if you have some, we can go ahead and start with that.
Sure. Let's take a peek at. Let's just look at the broad market really quickly. We've got
Okay.
advancers to decliners moving straight up for the day,
Okay.
right? We've got the VVIX, which is the volatility of the volatility. Usually when it hits 120, it's telling us that there's trouble. It came close to that, and then it's pulled back down, sitting in a rotation. What we're sitting in, though, is something super important, and it's, can we turn ourselves back into positive territory after losing the opening ticks of the year, right? So that's sort of big. A couple of things I'd like to talk about. One is Palantir a bounce right now? We could do that. We could talk
Okay.
about that.
Perfect.
Oh,
Perfect.
Disney. Yeah, I could do that. Nvidia, obviously. Okay. Okay. So we'll check that out.
And we're
Um,
doing what we always do here, waiting on Thinkorswim for some data
I
because
know
it
it.
always does that.
Oh, you know what?
There it goes. You got it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're going to
No,
make it bigger so we can see it.
yeah.
Good idea. Good call. Good call.
Yeah. Extra large.
Oh, by the way, folks, CLSK, some unusual options in the April chain going off right now.
All right, so let's take a peek at what's going on with Palantir and why this area. Was it Mark that was talking about Palantir this morning?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Well, I mean, to be fair, a lot of the chat members were too, but yes, Mark did
yes.
mention this today. Yes.
So notice this number right here. Here's where the year began, right? Am I right? Yeah. Here's the year. Here's where it began. That's the opening candle of the year at 76. That's really the number Mark talked about. And so what we've watched is a big bounce here into a lost 50, but that 50 is moving upward. So if you're thinking about a quick trade, that's going to be give you a little bit of upside, expecting that it will not get above 94. Here's my thought, right? So, and I've got so many different trades in Palantir. Let us take a look. We had the long put action that was doing absolutely fantastically. This one was about $3, but we have closed it, so we're not going to do that. If you're thinking to yourself, how can I make some money in Palantir while it gets out its wiggles? You could say, let's say you want to take a trade that's only going to last a few days. And you're saying to yourself, listen, I think this is in a bounce, and I think that bounce is going to hold a certain area but not get above another area. Let's take a look at where the option chains are sitting. You'll see that everyone is sitting at 90, right? That's where they think, hey, I don't know if it's going to go past there, but if it does, it's going to be in good shape. So let's get in front of it and let's go 88 to 94, which is what I see as relative resistance.
Okay. And then that round 100.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Absolutely. 86, 87 cents. Only going to last a week. What we're looking for is a snapback bounce that you can get in and get out. If, per happenstance, Monday comes along and it continues, you're in fantastic shape. This thing's going to run like the wind. Your butterfly, that is, right? It's absolutely going to run like the wind. If you say, oh gosh, there she is with her butterflies again. What about, you can simply say, all right, I'm going to take the 88.94 spread. It's going to give you $6 of upside. It's going to cost you $1.28. Do you want to just go ahead and buy the long 88 call? I mean, I wouldn't, because I like to use other money to make money versus putting my own money out there. And so that's what I would say there. But if
And
you
I
don't
mean,
want
so
to hold
if you
this, go ahead.
sorry for interrupting there, but just to kind of carry your thought forward there, if you're talking about the 88 call, I mean, you're what, paying almost $2, 196 ask for that.
Yeah.
You have that same call in the vert spread that you have there for much less than that, 130. I mean, you're saving
Exactly.
quite a bit. So
Exactly. So, and this stock is not going to run off the rails. It's not. We are not in a market that has got run off the rails as part of its mantra at this particular time.
yeah,
I
actually, it
just,
feels like it's changed. It feels like it's
oh,
rallies are sold
absolutely.
instead of dips bought. 100%. Okay, awesome.
Absolutely. And as long as we stay under the 50 simple moving average in the broad index, that is very likely what we are going to see.
Okay. But by the way, folks, NVIDIA rejected again today at that 123.50. So just kind of going on the point here where things just aren't running rampant anymore. Even
Exactly.
NVIDIA
Yeah.
stopped at that spot we identified. Okay, really, I like this. I actually might do that butterfly, to be honest with you.
Yeah. It's really
Might do
nice.
that
It's a
butterfly.
quick snap move.
Yep.
And it takes you from support to resistance. You front run all of the buyers that are sitting at 90 and sellers, maybe. I don't know which one they are. And it gives you an upshot. And we've got ourselves a reflexive bounce. Make, your stop, you should be maybe 50%. You don't want to lose more than 50% of that unless you just buy one of them. And then you go, okay, I'm just going to let it go down to 20 cents, and then I'll cover it, right? So just watch your risk from that perspective. All right, let's take a look at NVIDIA.
Perfect. Of course, as it was said earlier, NVIDIA, of course.
Of course. Yes. March 7. March 7. Oh, thanks, Jay.
Boom.
Big hearts for you. March 7 is the expiration date for that. All right. Here is the dumpster fire that is NVIDIA at the current state. It's sitting in this great big box.
Yep.
I'm going to clear my drawing set so that we can draw some new pretty numbers and pictures and see what's happening. One, this is a daily chart. We've lost the 50 simple moving average. And yesterday, we lost the 200. Now, when something like this happens, a lot of people go, oh, this is it. It's terrible. Nay, nay. And here's why. Because that 200 has an upward slope. If the 200 had a downward slope, we'd have a different story to tell. But you can see, let's look to the left, you can see a lot of traders trying to hold that 115 zone, right? Absolutely. Here's the thing, unless we can get up above, and I'm going to use yesterday's candlestick formation.
Okay.
Unless we can get up over $127, this chart is prone to more selling. And so, in my mind, the bounces are the sell zones. And so it rejected, look at that, that 123, that's 25% of yesterday's range, and it's holding below it. So,
You know what's hilarious? Look at that fib level that you just generated there, says 123.6. We have
yeah,
identified 123.5. That's essentially the same thing on a stock
yep,
with this price. Amazing.
absolutely.
The fibs were saying the same thing. Awesome. I
Exactly.
love it when a plan comes together.
Yes,
Good Lord.
absolutely. Absolutely. So my thought would be there's a two-way event here, right? Um, and that two-way event looks a little bit like this. You could do something like, say, I'm going to take an iron condor, but that's not going to give you any juice, I suppose.
Mhm.
You could buy the 120s, sell the 115s, and buy the 110s. That's 75 cents. It gives you $5 on the downside event because we can see this area. Look at this volume. This is yesterday's open interest event, right? Today, 225,000. They've come in to sell those options,
Mhm.
right? And so if they've come in to sell those options, why don't we sell them too, right? It'll take us down into that area again, just a few days. So there's that. Now, if you say, Anne-Marie, you're simply being un-American, how dare you bet against NVIDIA? How dare you? And you go, I want to buy this. I'm in for the long haul. It's moving here. I'm going long. Then you can do the same thing. You can say, all right, let me use that 123 line because I think that is really the line to break / hold to 128 to what is that, 34?
You have sorry,
2 and
where
3 is 5. No,
one?
not
Yep,
34. That's 5. So
133.
she can't even add today, folks. What is it? What is happening?
A case
Okay,
of the Fridays.
I'm telling you, dude, it's been a long week. So, anywho, yeah, so the call side is 91. Could you take both of them? Yeah, but if you're thinking to yourself, wow, which one do I take? Don't take either of them. One of them just has to feel right for what your mind is telling you.
Okay, so I love, let me ask you a follow-up question on that.
Of
We
course.
just saw NVIDIA's earnings and we saw options implying a 10% move, and NVIDIA moved at max like 2%.
I know.
Okay, so the option sellers clearly won the
Oh,
day. Let me
yes.
ask you a question. When you're positioning these butterflies, you really need, in order for these butterflies to pay off, especially if you're buying both sides of the move, you really need that stock to put that movement in order for that to be profitable. So
Exactly.
the fact that it did not do that on the earnings, does that in any way influence whether or not you put this trade on? Because I just kind of heard you say, look, if you're thinking, boy, I don't want to put both of them on, which one? Then don't put either of them on, right? Just don't expose yourself to that move. It almost seems like you don't really expect it to move a whole lot based on that.
I do expect it to move. I
Okay.
don't expect it to move a lot, which is why I only have a $5 spread. I know
Okay.
you and I have talked a lot about the width of butterflies
Yep.
to become useful. And so this one, it's only got, 7 days of expiration
Mhm.
left. My gut says it's gonna fade. And
Okay.
so and my gut is often wrong, I'm not gonna lie to you. But I'm not kidding. I
It's
just want to be
fading right now,
transparent.
by the way. Just FYI, it is fading
Yeah,
right now. Looks like the SPY is selling with that. So
yeah. I would not be surprised for us to use this spike in the market that we're seeing today to bring more exit liquidity into the game.
yeah, and that's kind of something that we had talked about earlier. It definitely feels like a relief rally and maybe even a potential for a short entry
Yeah.
if it comes up to some of those levels. Okay, really good
Yeah.
stuff there, Anne-Marie. Really, really
All
good.
right. So here's a chart that's actually sitting right at a buy zone. It's a little bit more expensive, but the option chains could be very nice. And that is Constellation Energy. It's really actually about 20 bucks from what I think is the ideal buy point, which is about 220.
Hmm.
So I was looking to buy Constellation Energy when it was about 230. And I said to myself, you know what? I'll buy it tomorrow. And I got up and it was like 290. And I said, oh, it'll pull back. I'll buy it. And then I got up and it was 310.
Yep.
So
It
I've
pulled a
been,
Costco on you. That's
oh
what
my
Costco does to
gosh.
me. And until I forced myself, I literally I asked people to slap me through the screen to just wake me up. When Costco sells off, you just have to hold your nose and buy
I
sometimes.
know.
If you say to yourself, I'll do it tomorrow, you'll do it never. And that's
Yes.
exactly what happened to me.
Because the chart will not let you.
Exactly. Because we have discipline and we're not chasing.
Yeah. So here's what's super interesting about this one. Upward sloping 200, still an upward sloping 50, comes right down into the congested zone, and it's trying to hold a bounce. Also, the selling volume, not really that dramatic. Even though this is a big move up, they filled the gap real nice, put in some volume here. This lower edge is a value area low. I expect a reflexive bounce here. So the problem is, if we turn around and sell off today, it's going to run probably into that 220. So my thought here would be, why don't we make that an iron condor?
Okay.
Right? And if we make it an iron condor and you go, hey, I want it to be wide, I can collect some profit. The 280 to 300, 220 to 200 is bringing 860. And so that's pretty incredible. And so if you decide you want to make it a smaller width, you can go 290, 280 to 290, and 200 to 210. And it'll give you 505, which is almost half the width. Absolutely fantastic. Good
Okay.
volatility, nice moves. And by the time March is over, we're probably going to be watching QE because I do believe the administration is talking down the market in order to get interest rates to come down.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Powell said here, I'm not being any
Yep.
political. I'm not moving it down simply because you said it. And the administration said, well, we're going to get rates to come down one way or the other.
I
We're
was going
just
to
going
say,
to pull out of the levers.
to me, this is the TLDR on this. It's super simple. First of all, Trump's a real estate guy. What does he want? Lower interest rates.
Exactly.
It could not be any more clear. Powell says, you know what? I'm not going to be political. I'm going to be data dependent. Trump says, hold my beer. Well, hold my
I'll
water.
give you
He
some
doesn't. He
data.
doesn't drink.
Exactly.
He does, of course, doesn't drink. So he wouldn't be saying, hold my beer, hold my water, and I will give you some data, and we'll make this go down, and we'll make those interest rates go lower. I mean, it seems,
100%.
it almost seems too obvious, to be quite honest
And
with you.
what's funny? There are people that simply are not seeing the forest for the trees. They don't understand
Mhm.
what is happening. And I'm like, man, you guys got to look past what you think you're seeing right here. There's something bigger going on. Anyway.
We try to break those doors and windows down here for you. So keep joining us. We'll try and do that.
All right. Coin.
Coinbase.
Bitcoin had a monster bounce this morning off of that 78-ish area. And so, of course, all of these other guys are following through. Coin, Mara, the whole shebang. Oh, wait. How did that Mara spread work? 133 still has a little bit of room on it. That's not bad. You could cover we talked about this Mara long call spread.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's not bad. It's now you get half the amount, so a little bit more, and if it bounces, if it continues this bounce, it's going to be really nice. But here's coin. This one was sitting very close to a support zone. You know, I do still think we've got a little bit more selling on the edge of it, but it's a space where if you put enough time out, you might end up doing fairly nicely here. So have a look. It's filled the gap. Fill the gap. No, not quite. 197 or so was the gap event. It's still got negative slope. It's got to close up over 220, right? It's got to close up over 220 because that's the 50% range of the larger wave. If you're thinking to yourself, ooh, maybe that still goes down, maybe this is just a sell the rip event, where could this support go? You know, this one might make a very nice double butterfly in the short run, but I do think, see how the volume on the downside is lower, 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 and now it's flattened out. So my thought is, holy smokes, she's got a lot of stuff going on there. My thought is, we look at April for a call event and get it right next to that 220, right? Go 220 to 240 to 250. And how much is that one? Oh, that's pretty expensive. Oh, no, 260.
I was going to say, I think we want 260. Yeah.
Yeah, 243. But still, that's a $2,000 spread. So, and you might say, you know, maybe I'll give it a little bit more time. Maybe I'll sell it in July, right? And then it becomes $1.
Yeah.
Right? Gives you long time to work on it. Listen, I did this with an NVIDIA call butterfly. I bought the 110, 130, 150s, and I paid $1.40 maybe, and, you know, sold them for close to $3.50, even with all the price action that came. It just moved up, and once it started dancing around that middle strike, I was like, I'll see you later.
I mean, that's more than a double as it is.
Oh, absolutely.
So yeah, that's what I mean. What here?
Yeah.
I'll give you a register ring for that. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. You got any more that you want to do here? We do have 6 minutes before we go to option Sandy here. We could probably fit another one in here.
We could do something. Oh, what does 13 say? Google is oversold. All right,
I was going to say
really
Google
true.
actually lying. I think someone else asked about Google earlier. That would be perfect.
All right, perfect. I haven't looked at Google in a minute.
And this is double perfect.
Yeah. Waiting. Man, I would like for my voice to get better. I wish I had the Wolverine skills, but
the healing, like
apparently
Wolverine
they're
skills.
only 13s.
Maybe it's methylene blue. Who knows?
Oh! I haven't tried that. Is it good?
Me either. I haven't either. Seems to be all the new rage.
All the rage.
I'll let you know when I get if I try it, what the boots on the ground experience is.
All right. Okay. So this looks actually really bad, folks. So we do have an upward sloping 200. There's a plus right there. So it should have a reflexive bounce, but this is a take the money and run trade, right? Yeah, something's going on in here. Yeah. So I would say, see how the selling volume just increased every day? That's not a good sign. That is not a good sign. And so maybe it goes to 160.
I was just thinking that maybe 160-ish.
Yeah. So if let's see how cheap we can get something going to maybe the end of March. Let's see how cheap we can get that. If it goes from 160 to 150 to 140, 85 cents, $85 for a potential $1,000 upshot, because I tell you, if it loses 160, it's going to be a lot easier to get to 150. Because of that big fat round number that they like. You know, they love the 150s. They love the 200s. They love that, right?
And I think that 150, yeah, right there, right where you have your mouse, that is 150 there. So that actually, this look, you know what? I might take that one too. I like that.
Yeah, I do think that.
And the other thing about this trade here, Anne-Marie, we actually touched on this earlier, and this might play into some of the other trades that we're making. We talked about seasonality really being strong right now. And really, basically, I believe it was like February 26th through March 23rd.
Yes.
You are like almost certain that is like one of the worst times for the market.
Yep.
And it's even worse in that month or that period after an election. So for the volume here to tell you, hey, something's bad here. We got a 150 spot low back from, what is that, September of last year, if I'm right? Or the year before, 2013, it looks like maybe.
No, it's 24.
24. Okay,
it's
so we've got a spot on the chart. We've got seasonality in our favor. We've got expanding volume to the downside here. I mean, this looks good.
Yeah, I would agree. I would definitely agree. And very lastly, we have like a minute and a half. Somebody said, "Hey, can we look at Hood?" Listen, this is in a reflexive bounce. The fact that it lost 50. It's got to recapture 50. It absolutely has to recapture 50. That's one of those numbers. And so we got to. Lion says they have 160 as the floor for Google. Well, let's hope Google does too. And then,
but I think even if you took that fly, even at 160, you're making money on it.
Yeah, absolutely would. Yeah, you absolutely would. So Hood, it's recapturing its 50. You could say, hey, I want to take this for a long reflexive bounce. Let's for a couple of days before it has to sell off again. Right? You could do that.
Sure.
I would not be inclined to do that, but you could. And so if you wanted to do that again, you could do March 7. You could say, all right, I'm going to do we'll use this one. We'll just use March 7 and see how cheap it is. Oh, very expensive. And that's because of the vol, right? The vol's very expensive there. But you might do, if we did 52 and then 57 and then
62.
I'm glad you're doing the math for me, friend.
Gotcha.
It's 70 cents.
Okay.
So yeah, you might give that a go. We'll see if this reflexive bounce holds. My thought is that we're going to see exit liquidity hit the tape at probably 2:00.
Yeah, and actually, we're already seeing some. Looks like the SPY is pulling back. Okay, Anne-Marie, just wonderful job yet again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Izzy, I know we didn't get to Disney today. Maybe we can get to Disney on Tuesday when Anne-Marie comes back next week. We'll see.
Sorry.
We'll have more data. Some stuff will shake out. Anne-Marie, do me a favor, please. Enjoy your weekend. Have a great one, okay?
Going to. You too.
I will.
Too.
I'm going to the golf sim. I'm going to the golf sim. I'm going to have a great weekend this week, I promise. All right, Anne-Marie, have a good one. That is Anne-Marie Baiynd, and we will move over here to Option Sandy. Let me go ahead and bring Sandra on here. Sandra, how are you doing today? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Doing good. Went to the money show last week, came back with a little respiratory issue, but I am back on track and looking forward to the weekend.
Okay, I hope that you're feeling better. You sure sound better. So the sounds good. What do you got on deck here today?
Oh, we're going to take a look at NVIDIA, UNH, IWM, Tesla, the normals.
All of the popular stocks. I love it. Folks, option trading made simple with Sandy starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? All right, so let's get to the charts. Let's hide this and go here. All right. So, what an interesting week, man. Look at all these engulfing red candles on SPY. We're on a day chart right now and just looking at a little bounce today, right? So, we really had a nice correction here. You could see where on a daily chart here, I'm showing you where the last pivot high is, which is at 608.86. And then you can see where the pivot low is, which is at 575.37. And so you can see that we're taking a little bounce here, but we actually, looking at this trend line right here, you could see where we touched it before. We bounced, and now we actually broke through this. So really looking at this and thinking, okay, now is this a recovery? And absolutely not. We have not recovered. This might be a little bounce, just setting up for another shorting opportunity. And as we look at momentum, momentum really is showing us, wow, look at where we are right here. Whenever we break that 200, negative 200 line, that really is an oversold level. And just like when we staircase up, we are staircasing down right now. And so this is really looking very bearish. I could see SPY going to the pivot low here, right? So if we have a pivot high and a pivot low, that's technically our range on this daily chart. You could see that we broke through that up trending trend line here. And as those areas, I often say that these areas are fake out zones. And as you can see, these last three candles, right, just constantly bouncing above it and below it, above it and below it. And then all of a sudden today, we're taking a little bounce, but on the lower end. Now, depending on where we actually close today, you can see where next week's high for the weekly expected move is around 597.54. And next week's low, look at the confluence where it's actually, I mean, it's laying right on top of that level, right? Can you see that really dark red level there? That's the weekly expected move low for next week, and that's at 575.37. So very interesting. We still have momentum low. When do we actually get a trend change? Well, for me, it's really easy to identify a trend change when price can get above that 20 EMA here, right? Which I use as my reversion to the mean. And then if momentum can break above that zero line, which is right up here. If we can get those two items to coincide together, it's supporting evidence to believe that we might have a trend change because we have been downtrending here all week long. So typically speaking, when we break the weekly expected move, then you can expect, the probabilities are that you can expect more downtrending for the following week. And so as we can see, the weekly expected move last Friday, we broke through the down trending weekly expected move. And you could see the following week, even though we had this little bounce here, you could see the following week, we just continued with that bearish movement. So same thing happens for next week as well. If we can see us actually open up on Monday above today's close, we could possibly see a bounce up to 597.20. And if we, unfortunately, if we open up on Monday below today's close, then we can actually start to see probabilities pan out for 575.22. Now would be a really nice area for a bounce, but it is looking bearish on SPY with a little recovery day to day, right? Creating some liquidity into the market. And boy, this is a carbon copy for QQQs. QQQs, look at how nicely this engulfing candle goes down to the 500 level on the Qs and then takes a bounce right there. Now that little red line right here that's broken, that is showing you the last pivot low on a daily. So we're actually hitting support on the Qs and taking a little bounce. And you can see that the high here for the week is 514. The low is 491 if we break through that existing support line that we have at 500. So right now also, and look at where the VIX is at 2073. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at a VIX chart. A lot of people don't really look at the VIX's chart. I like to have it as a label just so that it, gives me some real estate on the charts. But as I look at the VIX, you can see where we had this high back in December, right? Now, when the VIX is high, the market, right, tends to take a dive. And so you could see back in December, mid-December, it really took a dive when we hit the 28 level. And as you can see, we've been flirting with this pivot high here of 2250. And we're actually starting to approach that same level. So you could see momentum on the VIX still high and looking strong. So this will be interesting to note if we get a reprieve. If we get a reprieve and it starts to go down, we can actually see the market recover just a little bit more. But as it's staying in the 20 right now, we're a bit high. So this needs to actually come down and break below this trend line, right? This vertical trend line. It needs to come down and test its support level for the market to really get a good, recovery. So VIX still looking really strong here. Momentum, as you can see up here, looking really strong and staying strong. Doesn't look like it's going to be going down below that zero line. So the way that we look at the markets is actually just opposite as we look at VIX. We're really looking for the flip side of this to see the market actually recover. And right now, we're definitely having a pretty strong, let me just take this off really quick, a really strong pullback. Oh, and I keep doing that same thing as I want to take this off of there. Hold on for just a second. Oh, I just can't seem to get that off. Let's see. Clear the drawing set. There it is. All right. Now, when we're looking at NVIDIA, this was really interesting to note because as NVIDIA is taking a beautiful bounce today, you can see where the momentum is really going lower here, almost at the 200 level, which is an oversold area. So not surprising that it takes a bounce. But if it does take a bounce, we could see this get as high as maybe 127 next week. And you could see where the weekly expected move is. NVIDIA looks interesting, had a lot of flow coming into NVIDIA. And so I want to see some of the other names like, let's take a look at UNH. Some of these healthcare, this is more like defensive areas. Typically when the market goes lower, you're going to see stocks like UNH rise. And as we take a look, you can see that it too also last week broke below its pivot low and is now just kind of going sideways, but having some momentum here on the upside, looking for it to break above that zero line. Could you create an alert right here where momentum is? Absolutely. Thinkorswim allows you to do that, and I love it. Let's take a look at CVS. That was another name that popped up. Had a really nice day yesterday, and it looks like a little bit of a continuation, but right now it broke above. It's a weekly expected move, meaning, hey, look, if we can stay above the weekly expected move for next week, we could see more upside on CVS. Make sure
Sorry, I don't understand.
Sorry about that, guys. So please remember Siri, right? Oh, God. Siri does a terrible job for me for dictating. And then look, while I'm not dictating, it pops on like it's like ready to rock and roll. I just wonder about Siri sometimes. When are they going to fix that? Anyway, that's just cracking me up right now. So as we can see, CVS start to kind of, flatline here, right? We're really at consolidation. And what I love about the consolidation is that, hey, we're looking for a break above. We have momentum. Look at this week, how momentum on an hourly chart, how momentum has been strong for CVS. CVS looks good. Looks like it wants to come and test its resistance here at 67.10, and then possibly get to this vertical trend line. And if we can, we could see a bounce above that 69.85 level, looking really strong to see if momentum for the health stocks continue, right? So I'm really liking the healthcare area. There was another one I wanted to take a look at, and let's take a look at Google. I was noticing, yeah, we are really, Google looking so weak even on a weekly chart. Look at how many weeks Google almost getting to its vertical trend line right here. And that area is at that 163 level. I can see that 160, like Anne Marie was talking about. I think she's got a good eye on Google right here, looking really, really extended as far as weakness. And then let me take a look at TSM. That was another one I wanted to take a look at. So TSM looking interesting right here. Also at its weekly, this is actually its daily pivot low, taking a bounce right there at support. If we break below it, we can get to 172.58. If we take a bounce right here and start to get constructive, we can really just take a reversion to the mean trade, which would be about 188. That's actually some looking really good here for TSM. But look at how low, the momentum here looks terrible. Let me look on a shorter time frame. Shorter time frame, still not looking good. This is, really tough to take these calls, right, for a reversion to the mean trade while everything is looking so bloody right now. Not really liking it. And we also, the expected move for the week, we ended up breaking it and going lower, which means the next following week, we could do the same exact thing. You see right here on Friday, this was actually our weekly expected move here and breaking below it. So we might get a bounce just to see some retrieve here. But boy, this is just looking awful. I don't know if I want to take those types of trades. Let's take a look at IWM. What's IWM look like? IWM actually breaking below its last pivot low. And also, gosh, everything just looking so darn bearish. So as we take a look at the major indices, we do recognize that, hey, today's a little bit of a bounce. We're up about 29 points today, which is relatively nice. And what could we do? We could come up to 59.13 and then just lose that as resistance, right? Momentum just looking really weak right here. I'm actually looking for, let's take a look at Tesla. Oh, this is interesting. So we had this long-standing vertical trend line here, and you can see where we actually went sideways and then broke down. Really was looking for Tesla to get stronger, but this whole week took the entire market down, right? All the talk about tariffs and such. And so this still looking very weak here. So I could see us coming to test this 260.97, which would mean another continuation to the downside. This really does look like it needs to do a little pop here. I could see it get above, but not anytime quick. For next week's weekly expected move, we're only looking for the 309 area. That's interesting. We are due for a little bounce here on Tesla. But still, this could just keep dragging low. Everything just looks really weak here, guys. Had a nice day, though. Look at that. 831, that's actually a really nice day for Tesla on a little rebound. Let's look at some of this shorter time frames. 15 looking constructive here. I like 15 in 1 hour for small bounces and a downtrend. So as I look, boy, this is just cresting above the zero line on an hourly. I really kind of like that on Tesla. But boy, it's reversion to the mean trade right here at 294. Once again, looking really weak. I don't really even like that one. I saw some puts come in for NVIDIA. I almost am wondering if maybe a little, how about a put debit spread for this? Let's take a look at this. Just looking at institutional flow, I was actually seeing a lot of calls being bought at this low, I have to tell you. So a lot of institutions are coming in and creating some liquidity here, buying calls. But I have to tell you, this really looks like a continuation trade to the downside for next week. And I can see it get for NVIDIA right back down to 112. That's another 10 points. This actually looks good for a put play. I think I might go for, let's see here. We might take a little bounce here on a daily. Let's take a look at an hourly. This actually looks really nice for a continuation to the down trend. I think an easy at the money put debit spread could be an easy play here for NVIDIA, as well as playing into the puts that have been bought today for NVIDIA continuing lower. And so as I was seeing, a lot of calls being bought up, I saw a lot of puts being taken on NVIDIA. I wouldn't mind this at the end of the day. If we wanted to automate this, we could. But as I'm looking here, I'm really looking at 116. We could come and revisit. You can kind of see this, these yellow bands here. This represents consolidation in a stock. And the nice thing about this consolidation is you could utilize this as a trading range, right? So it hit the bottom of the trading range and it's coming right into resistance, which is the weekly expected move low. If it stays, I almost want to wait till it pops up just a little bit higher, to be quite honest with you, like at the 124, 125 and take an additional short on here. We could actually do that. Let me show you how that's done. If we go over to the trade tab as an example, and let's take a 7-day out. And I was looking at some butterflies here, but let's take a look at an at the money put. So if we take a 122, actually we were going to want it to bounce over to the 124 range, right? So let's take a look at that really quick and say, if it gets to the 124.50, I want to short again. So what we would do is we would go over to the trade tab and we'd go over to the 124, 125, because that really is where at the money is going to be when we short this, right? So we're going to click the buy button. And as you can see, it brings up a debit spread for $58. Relatively inexpensive, right? $58.60. But what we're going to do is we're going to actually program this and say, hey, look, when this gets to the 124.50 range, that's when I want to re-short this. So if we wake up Monday and we take a little bounce, then that's really what I'm looking for actually, is a little bounce for a continuation to try to drive down all these people that are buying puts already. And then what's going to happen is that's when we're going to reshort the market. So right here where you're just going to click underneath this. As a matter of fact, you wouldn't even see this if you didn't hover over it. But where you hover is right underneath symbol. It'll automatically default it in. If you hover over mark, it will just default as mark, and that's fine. The first trigger is less than or equal to. The second one is greater than or equal to, and that's the one we want to choose. Greater than or equal to. Now, on this here, where it says threshold, that's where we're actually going to put the stock price in. So we're going to say, hey, when we get to 124.50, tab out of this box right here. And then you're going to just scroll down just a little bit so you can actually see this say security is greater or equal to 124.50. So if we take a bounce on Monday as an example, and we get to the 124.50 area, that's when it's actually going to purchase a put debit spread for me. Now, once we complete this area down here, we just move up to this area and we hit, I want to buy the ask, and 00. And what that means is I just want to be an aggressive buyer of this put debit spread, but I don't want to give market prices, okay? And so what you're doing then is you're just saying I'm buying the ask, okay? And that should be fine for this. And so as you can see, you're just going to save it. And once you save that, that's it. And if you wanted to come check it, you just come over to this little gear icon and you can check your programming. So now what we have is we've strategized by looking at the chart and saying, hey, look, we could possibly go up and hit this little area at 124. And you can see that this says 124.57. But at 124.50, If it comes up and does another retest of our weekly expected move low, which I think it will do, then that's when it'll get me into a put trade. To do what? To come down all the way down to 116, possibly to do a double bottom on an hourly. And then we might see a recovery. But, right now we're going from news event to news event, right? We're going to, little battles of what he said, what she said, etc. And so when you have this type of news event, this is just chaotic for the market. And so even though we have a little bounce today, I'm looking for this NVIDIA to go lower. And that's how you would then identify this trade. Now, if we went into our working orders here, you can then see on the working orders, let's see, do we have this already set in? No, I have some other ones set in. Where is our, here we go. So now you're going to hit confirm and send. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at this and it says, buy this vertical at or above 124.50. You could see that our max profit for one contract is $40. Our max loss on this is 60. But remember, we don't know what the price is going to be when this actually fills. So all this information may change, but at least you have this in when we hit it. Now, when I hit that, you could see that we have this waiting in the wings right now. And I love that you could go to a chart, you could start to strategize instead of having analysis paralysis, or putting in, and I know this used to happen to me constantly, I would put in a ton of alerts. And then as the alerts were actually happening, I would just get completely desensitized from it. And what that means is that all that time that you spent actually in front of your charts doing all that homework goes nowhere, because you set all of these alerts and then you just become desensitized to it. You're not really involved in what you're doing. And so this allows you then to strategize, create a game plan, and then automate that game plan. So regardless of what happens on Monday, you're already set with your analysis of, hey, even if we get a little pop on Monday, I think I'm going to be reshorting this market, and that's where I'm going to be shorting NVIDIA at. So I certainly hope that helps you for today. We have a couple more tickers that I want to take a look at. Meta looking relatively pretty decent comparably, right? Had a couple days where this looks like, wow, when you take a look at these consolidation areas and you can see price come and touch and pop right back up. How interesting, right? I mean, the confluence on the chart, you can't help but take a look at that. But look at momentum right here. Momentum looking really, really poor. In fact, I would not be going long here, but you can see that we're right in the middle of our range. You see this little channel that we have. It actually broke above the channel. Now it's back into this range of this channel. We have our pivot high right here. This actually looks like, hey, price wanted to bring it down, but it popped right back up. This actually looks like a double bottom right here on a daily. Looks constructive if we can get momentum to come and pierce the zero line. Still looking really weak here underneath the 20. Could have a little bounce on Meta. Meta actually looking very constructive compared to, like, what did we just take a look at? Google as an example, right? As far as, like, the difference in the chart. This one, boy, I think next week we could go down to the 163 area. Google looking really weak. And then also wanting to take a look at DIA. DIA actually looking constructive here, just going sideways on a daily here. Let's take a look at an hourly. Momentum actually rising towards the zero. And look at how the consolidation, right? Consolidation just going sideways for the last 4 days, but staying in this range. Really looking to see not only price break above that 20, and it's very close right now at 435.23, getting really close here as momentum is rising. This is actually looking pretty decent on DIA. And then let's take a look at transports. Transport's also kind of consolidating here, but momentum is also rising. we may see a little bit of a trend change here. And this is on an hourly. And we actually need the constructive, um, repair job, I would say. We need a constructive repair job to start at the hourly and then move up to the 4 hours and then to the daily. So this could take a while. And so as we take a look at this, momentum is still low, but it's getting constructive. It's moving up. And so I can see this. Let's take a look at this on a daily really quick. Next week looks interesting. We actually broke below the pivot low here. If we can regain and get above that pivot low at 213.82, we're pretty close to it right here. We could see a little bounce. And look at the confluence with the weekly expected move next week with this vertical long-standing trend line. We could see us pop right over there to make a decision point. Are we going to keep breaking to the high side here, or are we going to just go lower? Momentum's really weak here. We're still underneath that 100 on momentum. Very, very weak, as VIX is at, kind of an all-time high here since December. So really looking for spying the cues, right? Gosh. I really do think, guys, that we had a little reprieve today, but this really looks like, unless there's some news event, unless we get some sort of trend change with price breaking above the 20, momentum coming up to the 0 line. This looks so weak right here for SPY. It has a lot of work to do. So that's what we got going on. Anybody got any charts they want me to take a look at? Let me know. As we just take a look at, you know what I was looking at today? One of our coaches talking about ARC and, innovation. Some of these stocks, when we get in to a rotation, some of these stocks in the innovative space actually tend to rise. So looking to see, now you can see that this has been following through, when the market is, how we often say that when we have a high tide lifts all boats. Well, the same is true for low tide. When the tide is going out and the market is sinking, it takes everything with it. But when there's a recovery and we can actually see the market start to reverse, some of these innovative stocks can really take off. And that's what he was looking at. I don't see it right now, not with ARC anyway. We do have some consolidation here. It is near the 20 as far as a reversion to the mean trade on an hourly. We do see momentum. It needs more work here. But actually, toying on a 15-minute, not bad. Toying on a 15-minute needs to break above and stay above, and then do the same thing on an hourly. If we can get that hourly momentum to break above that 0 line and price to break above the 20, we could see some of these innovative stocks maybe start to take off. I actually like the health sector way better. And, something like CVS looking so nice, right? Comparably to all those terrible stocks. You could take a look at that. In fact, if you don't already know this, real quick, if you take a look over at, is it Scan? No, Market Watch Visualize. I really like taking a look at this because you can actually see where the stocks are right in the morning as the market opens. You can really kind of see where the concentration is at a 1 second glance versus going through all of your ETFs and taking a look at all the charts. So this is a really nice way to take a look at each of the sectors very relatively quickly and then start your game plan from there. Well, guys, I hope you have a great weekend. We'll take a look and see what NVIDIA does next week. I'll track it and then we'll report back next Friday. Have a great weekend.